Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Um, we are back for Devyn Michaels Day 1 Part 2. I told you guys I'd be back at 10 a.m. So here I am, tapping as you come in. If you're upon the replay, good morning, good morning, good morning, Miss Buckeye was good. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Let me set up y'all. Okay. I'm here. This is a lot to process, right? Anyway, let's get into it. So we saw yesterday was opening statements. Um we had the first officer on the scene, and now we're getting ready to get into, so we're going to, like I said, we're going to see how we're going to see how we get to where we're getting to. Make sure tap it as you come in, share all of the things. I know there's a great interest, and some of these channels you got to be a member. So Law and Crime, I don't know if their chat is member chat or not, but I know Court TV, you have to be a member to chat. So they are starting later today with day 4. I just started replaying the live from last night. Perfect timing. Yes, 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 yes. Okay. My dogs are dogging because the landscaper, my property backs into HOA space. It's like communal space. So anyway, the landscapers are back there handling that business in the back of the back. And Lambo is fascinated with the guy on the zero turn. So that's that. Let me share my screen real quick. So yeah, yesterday was opening prosecution and defense statements. They first officer on the scene. It was quite disturbing, y'all. I had needed some time to process that last night. This is still an interesting story, though. If you got with Kathy this morning, so we knew that this woman, Devyn, was married to Rob Baker. Why is Rob Baker significant in this story? He's not necessarily, but her lifestyle has been brought into play a little bit, and she was a adult film actress, and she was in the adult film industry with Rob Baker. This morning on Kathy, she did make the connection when Rob Baker was on the stand in the Monica Simontilli trial. Rob Baker is someone he's a convicted felon. He was convicted of the murder of Fabio Simontelli, and Monica Simontilli was recently convicted, right? Rob was a porn star once upon a time, that whole thing. I'm not going to even go into their whole story, but at the end of the day, Devyn and Rob were involved. And if you notice yesterday on some of the paperwork, they were showing, I feel like my camera is, girl, my camera's tilted. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to fix it right now. Okay. Um, the paperwork they showed yesterday, one of the little girls' last name is Baker. Anyway, but that's, if you followed the Fabio Simontilli murder trial, um, then you would know all about Rob Baker, and he's really disgusting. And the fact that Devyn is his ex-wife is not surprising. Okay. Um, it's very crazy. It's very crazy. But listen, Kathy did an update this morning, and it was quite interesting. And she gives a better explanation than I just did about the tie-in. But the tie-in is what it is. But my thing is this: how can you think for a minute that a woman who doesn't mind being in a relationship with her stepfather has a problem with being in a relationship with her stepson? Hello? Because I guess what I forgot to mention is that word on the street is that Devyn Michaels was the daughter of a previous wife of Rob Baker. Yeah, it's disgusting. it's so convoluted. It's convoluted. Rob Baker was married to Devyn Michaels' mother, I guess at some point. He was her stepfather. And why, if she's going to mess with her stepfather, why would she have a problem messing with her stepson? Hello? Hello? It's crazy, right? Anyway, let's get into it. This picks up right after what we were watching yesterday with the officer who was first on the scene. Here we go. We're going to at least get through this. We might get through a little day 2. Let me see what's on the menu for day 2. Hold on. Did I take it down? Ay. Let's see what court. Let's see what. All right, give me just a second. Let's see. I wonder if day 2 is when the son testifies. Just 1 second. No, I can't find it. I'll find it and get back with you guys. Today I know, let's see, 2, and then it goes to this crime scene investigator. All right, let's just get through this and then I'll tell you what day 2 was looking like. I don't have the notes in front of me, so I don't want to take up more time. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to take myself off the screen, so just to make sure that our bandwidth is everything that it needs to be, so we can understand everything that's going on, because girl, this is a mess. This is such a mess. My God. Okay. Here we go.
Patrol sergeant at that time. Patrol years on our SWAT team.
We don't see him. Oh, you know what? At the end of yesterday, I think we saw him get sworn in, right? We saw him being sworn in. If anybody feels away because we didn't see him sworn in, go to the end of yesterday's video and you will see this gentleman sworn in. So if that's going to bother you, like, friend, I didn't get to see, just go to the end of yesterday and you will see all of the swearing in and everything like that. We're picking up where yesterday left off. Okay, here we go.
As a training coordinator, ATL on the team, assistant team leader. And then from there, I tested out and promoted to sergeant and went to patrol.
So who got unalived? I'm going to just answer quickly. Boyfriend. The boyfriend of the woman who's on trial got unalived. You got to go to yesterday. I'm going to be honest with you. It's extremely convoluted and I don't want to do everybody a disservice by explaining it again, but Devyn Michaels killed her boyfriend. Devyn Michaels' boyfriend was beheaded. It came out that she was married to his son. And what I was mentioning before for any of you true crimers is that she previously had been involved with Rob Baker. We know Rob Baker is alive and well in prison for the murder of Fabio Cimentelli. Okay. Anything else? Go to yesterday. We did the full opening statement so you can get the whole entire story. I cannot even give this story like full. I can't even give you everything that you need to know in a synopsis because it's that convoluted. It's not hard to catch on, but definitely go to yesterday. It wasn't too long. but it's another boyfriend murder trial. The twist is that it was a very gruesome, grisly, but we're just getting started. This is the second witness. Okay.
As a patrol sergeant, and currently I'm assigned to our police academy in charge of training all the new recruits that are coming into the department.
That's an awesome responsibility, right?
Yes.
So then turning your attention to August 7th, 2023, were you working as a patrol sergeant at that time?
Patrol sergeant, yes.
Okay. And what are some of the duties of a patrol sergeant?
Well, patrol sergeants, they typically have approximately 10 patrol officers assigned to them, and you have a specific area of the city that you're responsible for. This was a North Area Command, and you basically monitoring calls that they're going on. The patrol officers are actively patrolling their areas, responding to 911, emergency, non-emergency calls. And if they need assistance from a supervisor, they'll call you to the scene. Supervisors also monitoring the radio. If you think there's a call that may be out of the ordinary and they may need assistance, you'll start heading that way. If there's any critical incidents, you're typically one of the first supervisors on scene to get it stabilized until a watch commander can come out and take over.
So then turning your attention to that date, was there sort of an out of the ordinary scene that you responded to?
Yes.
And was that at 2698 Paladura Drive in Henderson?
Yes.
What was the nature of the call as you understood it?
Well, it came in as a medical call. Mom called and said that her son was injured and that he was bloody. And I recall like the dispatchers tried giving CPR instructions, and just the mom stated, however she stated, that she refused. The call note said that she refused CPR because he had no neck or head, but there was a lot of blood. So it was a medical call. Basically, we were responding to unknown medical call.
Okay. So you respond to the address, is that right?
Yes.
And who was already there at the time? Do you know?
The firefighters and one of my guys, Officer Cooper. I think there was a couple officers. Typically the patrol officers, because they're out and about proactively patrolling, they'll get there first, then they'll call me to the scene. So when I got there, fire was on scene. A few of my guys were on scene. They kind of established a crime scene. I met them outside. They gave me a quick brief and went in.
So at the time you arrived, then the scene was locked down as a crime scene. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. What did you notice when you got to the scene?
More like outside, inside?
Yeah, let's start with the outside. So starting from the outside, when you arrived to the scene, did you notice anything of note, at the front of the home?
So I noticed the garage was partially open, maybe, I don't know, 3 feet, the exterior roll-up garage door. And at the front door, there was a older female and male sitting outside talking to one of my officers. Okay. And the front door was open. So I just went up and started talking to them.
When you say talking to them, talking to the male and female at the front door?
Yes.
And were they identified as Yoko Willette and Yoshida Masao?
Yes, it ended up being the person in the room. It was their mom and I believe her boyfriend.
So the deceased's mother?
Yes.
And the mother's boyfriend?
Yes.
So you walk into the front door of the scene. Walk us through what you saw, what you heard, things of that nature.
Okay, so I go in and my officer is escorting me back. So we walk into like the living room area, go into the kitchen, take a few steps down and come back this way. It's like a converted living room area, maybe, that was converted into a bedroom. And the bed is to our right. And then laying on the bed was a body, the deceased. And then, do you want me to explain that more? Or?
Was there anything you noticed that you smelled when you were inside the room?
Well, initially, but we didn't know what it was until later. But you could kind of taste and smell like a little burning that's not common walking into people's houses.
So you described it as a burning, like a chemical burning smell. Was that right?
Yeah, like you could kind of taste it a little bit, and you could definitely felt it in your nostrils. But it wasn't really strong when we first went in. As strong as it seemed like it got stronger the longer we were there.
And more in the bedroom area?
Yes.
And you may have already said this, but was there anything unique about the body when you saw it?
Well, so like I said, I came from the kitchen down the stairs, came around. The bed is here, and the body was laying face down on the bed, and the shoulders were kind of, if the body was laying this way, face down, the shoulders were kind of even with the edge of the bed. And I think it was partially wrapped in a blanket. And just things that I noticed, there didn't appear to be like signs of any struggle or anything. Like there wasn't a bunch messed up. It was just kind of laying there, like the arms weren't moved or anything. So it's pulled to the edge. And it just, in my mind, I thought, man, that was just a really clean cut. And then there was no head.
Okay.
And then
now you had mentioned the body was laying on the bed. Is that right?
the body was laying on the bed. Yes.
And was it on the body's stomach?
Yes,
The
on the
person's
stomach, laying face down. Yeah, the back was facing up.
Okay. And where the head would have been off the bed. Is that right?
Yes, like I said, the shoulders were kind of in line right with the edge of the bed. So the head would have been out here.
Did you see any blood at the scene?
I did see blood, but just from experience over the years, like you've seen people shot or stabbed or other lose a limb on a motorcycle accident or other type of trauma to the body, you would expect to see a lot more blood. And that was something that stuck in my head, is like, there's blood, but I would expect to see a lot more, especially under where the head would have been. Like, I don't know if like maybe something was put there or something to collect. It's what it appeared like. Maybe something was put there to collect the blood, because there was just what appeared to be not as much blood that you would imagine being there.
So no blood spattering, things of that nature that you might normally
I remember there was blood on the mattress to the right of the body, and then a small, I mean, I don't know if that's small. I think there's a small amount of blood on the floor. And then, yeah, looking around, the wall wasn't very far away. You would expect to see some type of cast off, spatter, blood anywhere, but it appeared like a very clean scene, other than the body, the blood, the little blood.
Now, the color of the blood, was it unusual?
Yeah, typically, I mean, blood is pretty obvious. Like we've all seen blood, but this one wasn't like the typical fresh red blood. It was more of like a black color.
And that's not normal based on your training and experience from what you've seen with bloody incidents.
Based on my experience and being at other crime scenes, with, you know, the time lapse, no, not common and not consistent with what I've seen in the past.
Now, you mentioned to us that you have 28 years of law enforcement experience.
Yes.
Was this the first decapitation you responded to in your career?
I was thinking about that. I can't recall another decapitation.
Something you would probably remember if you did see it before, right?
Yes.
So it's not your everyday event that you see something like this, right?
No.
Did you inspect any other rooms other than that bedroom where the body was found?
Yes. So after seeing that and just thinking about the blood, I went around. So if you go around the bed back, there's kind of like a little hallway that led into a bathroom. So I walked into the bathroom, and before I went to the bathroom, I remember having to step over 2 bottles of like cleaning, liquid cleaning bottles, some kind of Clorox or that type of thing, bottles laying on the carpet prior to getting to the bathroom. So stepped over those, went into the bathroom because I was wondering maybe if there was blood in the sink or blood in the bathroom or anything, but nothing appeared. There didn't appear to be any blood in there, and didn't appear to be any signs of struggle in there either. So the other things that I noticed that the mom had said outside, I confirmed what she had told me, where she said when she came downstairs, she thought it was weird that the dogs were locked out, and the interior garage door, the single door, was propped open, and then the exterior door was rolled up. So when I came out of the bathroom, I noticed that the interior garage door was propped open, the exterior roll-up door was part of the way up.
Okay. Now I want to turn back to the body that you saw. Did you notice anything peculiar emanating from the body?
It was actually pointed out by one of my officers on the scene. I was kind of by the foot of the bed, I think, and he said, "Hey, Sarge, this guy is smoking." And I was like, "What?" He said, "This guy is smoking. There's smoke coming from underneath him." So I go over there and see he's shining his flashlight. You could see kind of smoke coming off of the body, or what appeared to be some smoke coming off the body. So I told my officer, I said, "Hey, get a camera and start taking pictures of this scene." Because in my mind, I'm thinking, if this catches on fire, we need to get as much photos as we can before we lose the scene to a fire and then firemen shooting water all over everything. So let's try and get as much photos as we can. So then we get closer and he's shining his light, and then you can really start. It was coming, like I said, if he's laying face down on his shoulders, it was more coming from like under him, around like
from like the chest area.
Yeah, from between like the bed and him. So that's why I didn't know, all right, is this something that's going to start on fire? But then once we got closer, taking a closer look, that's when you could really smell, and it burned inside of your nose, and you could really taste it. So I'm like, hey, we got to clear the guys out of there. This is some kind of chemical that's mixing.
Okay. Did you eventually then get a statement from Yoko Willette, the deceased mother?
I talked to her.
Okay.
I didn't get like an official statement, like a detective.
You spoke with her.
I spoke with her.
What did she share with you?
She shared with me that she last saw them.
And it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, it's just for the investigation and what led to the investigation.
The story from mom, we get Bruce preserves. Patrol supervisor
Actually called the and conduct. So after taking this,
My bad. I guess I advanced it too much. I was trying to get past the sidebar. Okay, here we go.
So after taking this statement or speaking with Yoko,
Yes.
And conducting that initial investigation, did you eventually call the lieutenant to come out?
Yes, that the patrol supervisor. Yeah, that's your job. You get there, make sure the crime scene is locked down, taped off, so all the evidence and the crime scene is preserved. Then that's why I spoke to her to get a brief story, so I could report up my chain. So once I get the story, my guys' observations, the story from mom, I put that together. I call my watch commander, and then we make notifications to get detectives and crime scene to come out to the scene to hand over the investigation to them.
And did you learn through your investigation that there were children as well involved?
Yes.
Okay. And were you attempting to locate those children?
Yes. And that was because the mom had, and part of my conversation with her, said that he was supposed to take the kids to school.
Okay. And I believe you mentioned there was crime scene tape that was put up around the residence to lock it down as well?
Yes.
Okay. And while you were waiting for the lieutenant as well as other investigators to arrive, did you also still investigate the scene and look around for different things of evidentiary value?
Yes, the male's truck was outside, so we moved the crime scene tape around the truck. Noticed, I think, what we thought there were spots on the driveway that we thought may be evidence. So yeah, and at that point, I kind of break away once it's secure, and then I start kind of getting my thoughts and the information put down, because when the detectives and crime scenes show up, it's my responsibility to give them a brief when I turn over the scene.
And as part of your duties as well, did you initially send individuals, other officers, to canvass for different surveillance footage as well?
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of standard protocol on the crime scenes. Once you have everything secure, your extra officers go out, try and find witnesses. Other officers go and try and video surveillance that may have caught something.
So you mentioned that you were putting together a brief for this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And as part of that brief, is there an event number and a report number assigned to the case?
Yes.
Can you tell us the difference between the two?
Well, the event number is a longer number. It's the year, the month, the day, and then the number of calls in that 24-hour period. So at midnight, the next police emergency call that comes in will be year, month, day 0001. The 10th call will be 0010. So that's how the event numbers cover the 24-hour period of police work. And then the report number covers the annual period of police work for police reports taken. So it'll start with the year and then the number of report it is. So January 1st, 1201, the first police report taken will be, for next year, will be 26, 4 zeros and a 1.
Okay. So starting then with the event number, in this case, do you have a reason to dispute that the event number was HP 230807000355?
No.
Okay. And the report number for this case, do you have a reason to dispute it being 23-15229?
No.
Does that sound correct?
Yeah.
And so while you're doing your briefing, eventually detectives and crime scene analysts eventually show up to the scene. Is that right?
Yes.
And after they showed up, what did you do?
So they showed up. I let them know about the chemical smell, the possible hazard, and the smoking. And then, like I said, I give them a brief. Basically, I write up. It has the report number, location, the rescue that was on scene, their information, the initial patrol officers that made entry with them, the time they made entry, then the information of the deceased, the information of the other people in the home. It's just basically like an overview of what we have. And then that there was no obvious weapon on the scene, and just kind of some of the abnormal, typical things that we talked about already.
And so after you give this briefing, does your role cease at that point?
Yes, that's when, if they have any questions, they would ask questions. Then I do a walkthrough with them, showing them where my officers went, what we did, things that we thought may possibly be important, and then turn over the scene to them. And then we move out, and then they handle it. So I would then look at my staffing and see how many people do I need here for this. For sure, one for the crime scene log up front. And then I start clearing guys off the call to go clear up other calls that are pending.
Thank you. Court's indulgence. State passes the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Sergeant Seals, you've been employed in law enforcement for 28 years.
Yes, sir.
Worked your way up.
Yes, sir.
You're an instructor.
Yes, sir.
A lot of experience.
Yes.
You testified that you've been in multiple crime scenes through these 28 years.
Yes.
Fair to say that, a severed appendage, an arm or a leg is going to bleed, but a head, I mean, there's got to be a lot more blood going on there, correct? One would assume.
You would think so.
And you would testify that when you got there, having been on so many crime scenes, you go and you look in the bathroom because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, you're assuming this head wasn't, I mean, removed from the body here on the bed. It had to have been somewhere else. Fair to say?
No, I didn't say that. It seemed like because the shoulders were pulled to the edge of the bed, it appeared that it was done there. But I was looking to see, you know, because that, yeah, the shoulders pulled over here. It didn't appear that it was done somewhere else.
But you said you went and looked in the bathroom, correct?
Yeah, to see if there was like cleanup, signs of struggle or something.
Blood?
Yeah, blood from washing your hands. Because I looked in the sink around the ring and didn't see anything that.
Based upon the blood markings on the bed, it was clear the body had been moved.
I can't say that. I don't.
Okay. Can't give an opinion one way or the other.
Well, the body was here. There was blood on the right side of the body. And like I said, directly under where the shoulders were, there was an area of blood like that. But I don't, yeah.
But you testified things just didn't seem right. And that's why you went and you looked in the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And I mean, you'd agree with me. You talk about a bucket. I mean, that's just, you're speculating. I mean, you're hypothesizing, fair to say.
Absolutely.
And fair to say that you can't say. I mean, something was wrong, so you went and you looked in the bathroom, correct? Based upon what you saw.
Based on what I saw, like I said, that is speculation, but it's like what made sense with the way that the blood was, the body was, lack of blood on the thing, the shoulders lined up with the side. And part of me going into the bathroom also is just before I turn things over to detectives, I want to make sure that I checked everything in case they have questions for me.
Fair enough. But again, you would have expected to have seen a lot more blood, correct? Had
Yes.
the head just been chopped off or sawed off or however removed there, correct?
If they were alive at the time, you know, because typically when I have seen those injuries, if you're alive, your blood is pumping and it squirts. It's, you know, I've seen a guy cut his neck and it squirts.
All over the place. If you ever had any cases
If they're
where
alive.
you ever had an experience though where a head's been cut off with a saw? Oh, people were dead.
Not that I know of.
Okay, so we don't know. Then. Fair to say.
Fair to
But you
say.
went and looked in the bathroom, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. No further questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
So ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please, sir, you can write your question on a full sheet of paper with your name and your juror number. Can counsel approach?
Okay, you guys, real quick. I don't know if Woman He Chose is still here. Hold on. I've got some like a recap of day one real quick. Okay, prosecution opening statements delivered by John Giordano. Johnathan Willette, this is the person who passed away. Johnathan Willette and Devyn Michaels had 2 daughters together, with Johnathan having full custody. Devyn was married to Devier, Jonathan's son, from a previous relationship in what she called as a marriage of convenience for insurance. On August 7th, 2023, 8 a.m., Jonathan's mother discovered her son's headless body in his bed with chemical burns and a clean decapitation. Autopsy revealed by homicidal violence, with decapitation occurring post-mortem using 2 instruments, a knife and a power saw. Jonathan's phone was found in Devyn's car with blood on it. His phone was found in her car with blood on it, and his social security card was in her purse. Jonathan's wallet, ID, and truck keys were discovered in a knotted plastic bag hidden in Devyn's underwear drawer, and Devyn's DNA was found on the knots of the bag containing the victim's personal items. Surveillance video shows Devyn leaving the victim's residence at 2:04 a.m. and arriving home at 2:46. Cell phone evidence shows Devier, which is the victim's son and her husband, was at the home during the murder while Devyn's and Johnathan's phone traveled together. Devyn initially told police she last saw Johnathan alive in the garage and didn't know how his phone got in her car. After being confronted with evidence, Devyn changed her story multiple times and eventually admitted to hitting Johnathan on the head with a club or a stick while giving him a massage. Argued Devyn refused to acknowledge the decapitation and reveal the location of Johnathan's head or murder weapon. Prosecutor argued Devyn killed Johnathan because she did not want him moving in permanently but wanted to maintain access to the girls. The defense claims Devier was lying about the relationship with Devyn being a marriage of convenience. The defense argues that Devyn and Devier had a long torrid relationship that began years earlier while Devyn was dating Johnathan, Devier's father. Presence of phone. Okay, presence. Oh, so the defense presents phone sext messages, wedding photos showing the couple tonguing each other, and romantic texts from 2016 as evidence of their sexual relationship. Devier told police they weren't intimate. I want to make sure you guys can hear me. Okay. I was like, did I take the phone off mute? Okay. Okay, good. Okay. Hopefully this helps. All right, let me finish. I'll give you guys a link to this. This is from Court TV has like a daily little synopsis. So I guess someone's taking notes and these are the notes that they published. So, and this aligns with what we saw yesterday. Devier told police they weren't intimate, but later testified to grand jury that they became intimate after a year of marriage in November 2022. Claims Devier was being kicked out of the home August 7th, 2023, the same day Johnathan was moving in permanently. I wonder if this was a setup because I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know what to think. This is such a complicated story. I don't know what's going on. Argues Devier hated his father and was losing both his home and his wife on the same day of the murder. I wonder if they just wanted to kill him. Did he have a sizable insurance policy? Because it just like how all of a sudden were her and Johnathan getting back together, and how did he not know that his son and his baby mom were in a relationship? It's just weird to me. Does anybody wonder that? Like, how did Johnathan not know while Devier was basically staying over at the house that they were not involved in some sort of situation? Devier gave conflicting statements about whether he knew his father was moving in. First claims he knew, then later saying he learned it from detectives. They present texts from Devyn to Devier claiming him a liar and a cheater and telling him to move out. So maybe there were some problems going on between Devyn and Devier and she was playing one against the other. Argues Devier has extensive knowledge of home security systems and access to tools like a Sawzall through his work and as a security installer. Claims Devier killed his father simply left his phone at the home to create an alibi. Points out that despite the bloody crime scene and the use of power tools, no blood was observed on Devyn in surveillance video by the victim's mother, who saw her at 1 a.m. I mean, I guess they feel like it's such a bloody job. What occurred? How there is no how she wouldn't have been covered in blood would have been impossible. But girl, this crime is so weird. Concludes that Devyn is covering for Devier and is not guilty of the crime. A footnote also is that Devyn was going to take a plea deal a few months ago, maybe like 3 months ago. She was in court. She was about to plead guilty. And she's sitting in front of this judge who is presiding over the case today. and was saying that she really was innocent, and the judge stopped her and said, if you feel that you're innocent, I'm not taking your plea deal, because when you plead guilty, they want you to plead guilty because you're guilty. And she started going into some rant and having a fit, and they basically stopped the proceedings there and said, this will go to trial. And here we are. Okay. So that's the update for right now. Let's finish this up.
Yes, ma'am, Judge.
In speaking to the homeowner, Joko, were the dogs hers or the victim? Did she tell you?
The only thing, the direct answer to your question is, I don't know whose they were.
Okay. Was it no? Did she tell you if it was normal?
So the judge is asking, in some states, the jury gets to ask questions. So the judge is reading the jury's questions. And this is Judge Tiara Jones, by the way.
For them to be locked out based on your conversation with Yoko?
She said it was abnormal.
Okay. State any follow-up based on the jury question?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, have any further questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next witness is gonna take a little bit of time, so we're gonna take a brief bathroom break, and the next witness will take us through the rest of the day. During this break, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. All right, bring it on. You got the weekers that working? Yes. Your witness is here?
All rise for the jury. Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
We are back on the record and C, 277-239, State of Ghana versus Devyn Michaels, and the representative is Michaels, President of Attorneys, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state. We both are stipulated to the presence of our jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state me, call your next witness.
Stephanie Wilson.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Yes.
Thank you.
And can you please state your full name and then spell it for the record?
Stephanie Wilson, STEPHANIE WILSON.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I am currently employed as the crime scene analyst supervisor for the Henderson Police Department.
And how long have you been with Henderson Police Department in total?
I've been with Henderson for 18 years,
How long have you been working in your current capacity as crime scene supervisor?
for 13 years.
What did you do prior to being the crime scene supervisor?
I was a crime scene analyst with Henderson, and then 2 years prior to me getting hired on at Henderson, I was employed with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, also as a crime scene analyst.
And what type of training and education do you have that allows you to do what you do?
So upon getting hired, you go through an 11-week academy. It's like a classroom type setting. If you successfully complete field training, you go through, the academy, you go through about 16 weeks of field training. And then my current job also requires a certification through the International Association for Identification, where we have to have so much ongoing training, every year, so.
I would presume Henderson Police Department responds to calls for service in Henderson.
Correct.
That's here within Clark County, Nevada.
Correct.
What types of calls for service have you responded to in your career?
Everything ranging from property crimes all the way up to homicide, officer-involved shootings, everything across the board.
Let's focus in on homicides. Describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who may not be familiar with law enforcement. How is it that you get involved in a homicide scene?
In my current capacity, I respond to all homicides. I'm the only crime scene supervisor for Henderson Police, so my job is to respond and to assist my folks and facilitate whatever they need in that capacity.
If you could describe the general duties of a crime scene analyst, not necessarily yourself, but someone who's just a crime scene analyst.
Sure. So we respond to the scene and we handle all aspects of the crime scene documentation, everything from taking photos to evidence collection to latent print processing, shooting reconstruction, blood stain pattern analysis, anything and everything involving crime scene documentation.
When you document a crime scene, I presume that is done under a particular report number, event number?
Yes,
And is that a unique identifying number that allows you to categorize everything from this particular scene or investigation is associated with this number?
yes,
And then Henderson tracks their event number via a report writing system, and people can add to that and update reports. Is that fair?
correct.
In this particular case, were you operating under event number 23-15229?
Yes.
If you could describe for the ladies and gentlemen how it is that you received this call for service.
So on an incident like this, I will typically get notified by the detective sergeant. Usually the homicide sergeant or the homicide lieutenant will get the initial call from patrol. And then they will call me and let me know that we may have an incident, and we'll coordinate detectives as well as crime scene personnel responding to the scene.
And is it your duty or your responsibility to assign your crime scene analyst to a particular call?
Yes.
And is that based on a rotation or a shift? How does that work?
So my folks are assigned shifts, so they work shifts, and then once we get to the scene and determine what we have, we'll start assigning responsibilities.
And on August 7th of 2023, our date in question, do you remember how many crime scene analysts you were supervising at the time?
2 at the time,
At that scene?
at that scene. Yes.
Overall, how many in your team?
8, I have 8 total.
Okay. And is it common for a homicide scene such as this to have 2 plus a supervisor?
At least 2, if not more, and myself as well.
Okay. Who are the other 2 that responded to this scene with you?
So I had CSA Megan Bone and CSA Randy Newbold with me.
And you mentioned dividing up duties. How do you go about doing that?
It's usually based on a rotation at some level, workloads, but usually one person is assigned photographs and writing the report, and the other person is assigned evidence and diagramming.
And you mentioned processing earlier, like latent print processing.
Correct.
Is that actually something you and your crime scene analysts do hands-on?
Yes.
Can you describe generally the process of latent print processing and then go into DNA processing?
Sure. So latent print processing is really determined on the surface area that we're trying to process. It, depending on whatever you're trying to process, will determine what type of powders we use. There's multiple different types of powders or techniques we'll utilize, again, depending on that surface. But we will utilize these powders. We will photograph it if needs be, and then using tape, we'll collect the tape, and we'll collect it using the tape, putting it on the latent print card.
How about DNA processing?
So DNA processing is, we'll get there, we'll do a visual inspection. If something looks like it could be blood, we'll photograph it first, and then we will perform a presumptive test to see if it is blood. There's a lot of things that look like blood that are maybe not blood, so we'll perform a presumptive test, and then if it is determined to be blood, we'll document it accordingly and collect a sample.
Okay. So the incident case, you responded on August 7th of 2023.
Yes,
Did you respond to 2698 Palo Duro,
yes,
obviously within your jurisdiction of Henderson?
correct.
And do you remember around what time you responded?
We arrived at the scene at roughly about 10 in the morning.
When you responded to the scene, did you get a briefing from the folks who were already on scene?
We did, from the patrol personnel on scene, we got a briefing.
When you received the briefing, well, generally, what is the purpose of getting a briefing?
It's just to get all the information we have up until that point. Usually it's just to get report numbers, names, dates of births, details of the calls for service, maybe what patrol or fire observed when they first got there, just kind of your basic preliminary information.
Okay. Are there times in which you will receive a briefing and that will guide you in what to focus on, what is normal or abnormal in the scene, et cetera?
Yes.
And so you're receiving this information in order to determine kind of how to approach the scene. Is that
Sure.
right? What was the briefing you received in this case?
In this particular case, we received information that that the victim had been found by his mother, that he was laying in bed, and that there was a strong odor of chemicals in the area that he was found. We weren't really sure yet what we had. Patrol had advised that they believed that his head was gone, was missing. That is such a rare occasion, or I guess circumstance for us, that we still were a little skeptical going into that. We weren't sure if we were dealing with, a gunshot wound or something like that could explain that, I guess. So,
Well, let me stop you. Just,
okay.
Are there times in which you've responded to scenes where it may be reported in that way, the head is gone, but it's just severely damaged from a gunshot wound or something like that?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, that's
Like
what
a
I'm
little,
referring to.
little skeptical,
Yes,
didn't really think it was an actual decapitation.
correct.
Okay. And so you received that information. Do you receive information related to how many people were at the home at the time the body was discovered?
Yes, we were told that there were, the victim was in the scene, and then there were 2 other individuals that were in the scene.
And were those 2 elderly Asian American folks?
Yes,
Did you see them when you arrived? Were they still there?
we did. We did. They had moved them outside of the house. They were sitting outside the front of the house.
And after receiving your briefing, do you essentially go in and do what we refer to as a walkthrough?
Yes.
What does that mean for the jury?
So we go in and we just do a brief walk around the scene and see what we have. We're not starting anything at that point. We're just assessing the scene and what's in the scene and what we need to be cognizant of, and it's just very brief.
Okay. Once the walkthrough is done, and I presume a search warrant was authored and issued in the
Yes.
process of this.
Yes,
And pursuant to that search warrant, a judge authorized you all to go in and do your investigation.
correct.
When the walkthrough is going on, are crime scene analysts documenting at that time?
Not during the walkthrough.
Okay, so it's the next step when they begin documentation?
Right. We actually try to limit how many people go through the initial walkthrough, because we want to try to minimize any type of contamination,
Sure.
if at all possible. So not everyone necessarily does the walkthrough, but yes, once the search warrant is signed and we're authorized to go in at that point, I send in one person, usually that person taking photos, and they go in by themselves, so that we're minimizing any contamination, and they photograph the entire scene.
And you bring up a good point. Is it common on homicide scenes for first responders to have gone into the scene before your arrival?
Yes,
And first responders could be patrol officers and or fire department paramedics, et cetera.
that's what happens most of the time, yes,
I would presume their goal is life-saving measures initially.
absolutely.
Your goal is a little different. Once it's clear that life is not being saved, you're then trying to limit access.
Correct,
But you're certainly not going to limit someone going in to try to save somebody's life.
correct.
And in this case, you mentioned that the duties were divided up a bit.
Yes.
Did you say who was doing photography?
CSA Megan Bone.
Okay. And is there typically what's referred to as a crime scene diagram authored?
Yes.
Who did that in this case?
So in this particular case, we had actually just gotten a new piece of equipment. We had just gotten a scanner. It's like a 3D scanner. So I actually did the scans of the scene, and it just generates a point cloud data of the scene. And Megan was able to take that data and put it into this computerized diagram.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing scene 16, do you recognize that?
Yes,
What does that appear to be?
that is the diagram of the scene.
Include the addition of that.
No objection to that?
No objection.
That being read?
May I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing the jury 16. So this particular diagram, does this encompass kind of the lower levels of the home?
Yes.
Describe the home kind of generally how it was set up, including levels.
So when you initially walk through the front door of the residence, I would consider that maybe a lower level. You walk in the front door into this formal living room. From there, there's like a couple of steps that lead up into that formal dining room and kitchen area. The dining room and kitchen area are all on essentially the same level. From there, on, I guess it would be the east side of that dining area, next to the kitchen, there is again another set of a couple stairs that lead back down into that living room where the decedent was found.
So bottom left of the diagram, exhibit 16, is this the front door?
Yes,
And then you said you walk into the living room,
yes,
and then there are a couple steps up to the formal dining room,
yes,
and then a couple steps down to what we'll refer to as, the victim's room.
yes,
And here it's listed as living room. It's kind of a converted room. Is that fair?
yes,
Dining and formal dining room are on the same level.
yes,
And then there's some stairs that go up to bedrooms upstairs.
correct.
Okay. Based upon the scene and kind of how you're approaching it, I would presume that you searched the entire house.
We did not personally, the crime scene personnel didn't search the entire house,
Yeah.
but yes,
And when I say you, I'm referring to all of Henderson.
Yes.
I should have been more specific.
okay, yes,
You, as well as homicide detectives, are searching the entirety of the scene.
correct,
Searching and photographing and documenting are different things.
correct,
Okay. You guys are documenting this.
yes,
The garage here is down to the bottom right, correct?
yes.
And then just for the record, what is all this we're seeing on the right-hand side of the screen?
So it's a legend of the diagram, so you can kind of see the titles. We have the report number, the address, what type of incident it is, who completed the diagram, and then we have, like I said, a legend of the evidence and items that we collected within the scene. And then a scale, it's a rough scale and approximate scale, and then an arrow showing directionality.
Approximate scale, this is by foot.
Yes,
And then the evidence is listed as 1 ammonia bottle, 2 bleach bottle, 3 dog door insert, 4 documents, fair?
correct,
Those numbers then correspond with these little yellow numbers inside the diagram,
yes,
and that's attempting to depict those exactly where they're found.
correct,
And then obviously, we have the victim's body there on the bed, is that
yes,
correct?
yes,
Prior to you coming into the courtroom, did you have an opportunity to look through exhibits 16 to 234?
yes, I
You
did,
thumbed through all of those?
I did,
To save some time, you did it in the hallway?
I did.
And did all those appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the crime scene photos, or some of them that were taken at this scene?
Yes,
And I would move for the admission of 16 to 195 and then 208 through 234.
No objection.
No objection to those. Okay. 16 to 195 and 208 to 234.
Yes.
Okay.
Move
You
to publish.
permission to post them all.
Thank you. Showing you 17. What is this?
so that is a gray card that is part of our standard procedure for my folks. When they photograph any crime scene, they begin with this photo card, if you will, which again tells us the date, the report number, who's taking the photos, and from a photographic standpoint, the color scale along the bottom could be important as well.
Okay. And the photographed by, it says MB1678. What does MB stand for?
Megan Bone,
And 1678.
that's her P number.
P number is an individualized personnel number.
Correct,
Just another way of tracking evidence and such.
correct.
Showing you states 18. Is this 2698 Paladura,
Yes,
obviously located within a residential neighborhood?
yes.
And describe kind of what we're seeing in this particular photograph.
This is the front of the house. This is how it appeared when we arrived. The garage door was partially up like that. There was crime scene tape that had been placed by patrol officers. There was a cone in the driveway that had been put there by patrol officers. And during our initial briefing, we'd been told that they believed that they had located an area of blood. And so they had kind of identified that and marked that with a cone. And then you can see one of the individuals who lived in the house was sitting out front with one of the patrol officers.
Anything of note about the garage?
The garage door was found in that position, partially up.
19, is this just the address marker and a little sign that says guard dog on duty?
Yes,
20, just for the record, that's the garage.
yes.
And could you estimate, was that like 2 feet, 3 feet? Can you remember?
Not exactly, but I would guess about 2 feet.
States 21, what are we looking at here?
That's the cone that patrol had placed in the driveway.
Is that to the left of the cone, a little spot of apparent blood?
Yes,
Was that presumptively tested?
yes, it was.
And what was the result of that?
It was presumptive positive for blood.
As a result of the presumptive positive test, what do you and your team do with that?
So we use our own placard, which there are additional photos of later on. We use our own placard to identify this area of blood. In this case, I believe it was marker A.
States 22.
And we re-photograph it again with our placard, and then we will collect a sample of it.
Okay. And so in 22, you can see there's a couple of, looks like spots or like a trail or whatever you want to call it. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to try not to be redundant with the photos. I'm going to draw your attention to 24. For the record, when you're looking at the home, is this the right side gate or entrance area which would lead to the garage? I'm
Yes.
sorry, to the backyard.
To the side yard, yes.
And was that obstructed?
Yes, it was completely closed off.
By what?
This wood fence,
Okay, just for the record. There are 3 large trash cans there.
yes.
We'll get to that a little bit later. States 25, those trash cans, and then that wood fence, I guess, covers the entirety of that way into the backyard, correct?
Correct.
Showing you states 26, are we now looking at, if you're facing the home, the left side, which would be the potential other entrance to the backyard?
Yes.
27, just a little bit closer there, showing that.
The gate, yes,
And that gate appears to be a gate that does swing,
it does.
correct? We'll get to the backyard in a little bit. Showing you states 28, is this the front door?
It is.
Any signs of forced entry to the front door?
None.
States 29, is that just documenting and showing that the door wasn't busted out?
Yes.
30, what are we looking at here?
So that is that front living room, right when you walk in through the front door.
Photographer is basically standing in the threshold of the front door.
Yes.
31, what perspective are we looking at now?
So again, in that same position, right on that threshold of the front door, looking up into the dining area.
You can see what appears to be a power tool here to the right. Can you see it?
Yes.
Fair to say that's not a saw,
Correct.
some other kind of
yes.
power tool, okay. And then 32, where are we oriented now?
We're in that same living room, just standing just to the side of the front door.
And
And
then,
you can see the stairs going up to the second floor.
okay, so these on the right-hand side are the stairs you referred to going up to kind of the living area, and then to the right, that goes up to the upper level.
Correct.
States 34, have we now gone up one level?
Yes.
And Do you remember what this is referred to in the
The
dining?
dining area?
Okay. So these are overall photographs
Yes,
before anything is kind of moved and searched.
correct, yes.
35, orient us please.
Same in that dining area, but you can kind of see the entry going into the kitchen.
36, is this just showing the stairs that lead up to the, I guess it's the third floor, but the upper level?
Yes,
37, what are we looking at here?
that is a closet just inside that kitchen area.
38,
That's an overall of the kitchen.
39, just a different angle of the kitchen.
Yes,
Was the kitchen searched and documented?
yes,
40, is that the kitchen?
yes,
43, start opening cabinets and you and your team are searching through everything?
yes,
44, 44. Oops. Zoom back out. Still in the kitchen, opened up the dishwasher.
yes,
Nothing of evidentiary value or note in there.
no,
And I won't go through all these, but I mean, you're opening these cabinets and going through pretty much everything, right?
correct,
46, knife drawer.
yes,
In here, we have kind of your common steak knives and butter knives over here. Is that fair?
yes,
48, another utensil drawer or a couple of utensil drawers.
yes,
And there are several other drawers, cabinets that are photographed in the kitchen. Is that right?
yes,
Anything that you found that had any apparent blood on it or anything of potential evidentiary value?
nothing,
And you went into the 56, went into the fridge, documented everything. Fair?
yes,
Focus in on 61. What is this here?
that is one of two trash cans that were located in that kitchen area.
And that trash can was searched.
Yes,
Anything of potential evidentiary value?
no,
Random question for you. Did you find any engagement ring or any type of ring in the trash?
no,
In any trash can?
no,
States 63. What are we looking at here?
that is the adjacent dining area to the kitchen.
Okay. And so in the background, you can see an entrance to a room. Where is that going?
That is going down to the living room makeshift bedroom area that the victims found in.
And before we move out of this kitchen or dining area, 65, is that another trash can?
Yes,
Searched?
yes,
No ring?
that one was completely empty.
$67, what are we looking at here?
So that is standing right on, in the dining area, right before those steps leading down into, again, the living area, makeshift bedroom area.
And just for the record, there's no door that enters into this room,
No.
correct? There is what appears to be a flag and or a bed sheet that kind of doubles, I guess, as a door or block.
Yes.
68.
So this isn't a basic overall, we're starting to get into the overalls of that living area, again, bedroom, makeshift bedroom area.
69, same room, just different perspective.
Yes,
70, same room, different perspective.
yes,
Now we're finally seeing the bed for the first time.
yes,
That's kind of tucked around the corner there, is that correct?
that's correct.
71. So what does this hallway lead to here?
So that hallway leads to a bathroom and the laundry room that connects to the garage.
72, different perspective, same room.
Yes,
73, different perspective, same room.
yes,
74, same room,
yes.
different perspective. 78, what are we looking at here?
So along the south wall of that room was like fireplace area, and it had this shelving area on top of it.
A fireplace area, but it appeared it's blocked off.
Yes.
Right, it's kind of doubling as shelves.
Correct, yes.
79, what is this?
That's a table in that room.
All right. Before we approach the bed, so are there any general observations you made of this part of the scene before we get into the bed and the body?
It appeared to be cluttered with clothing and other various items. There was nothing that particularly stood out visually. Again, just that it was dirty and cluttered and kind of unkempt.
And obviously no weapons or anything like that you found at this point.
No.
So states 80, we're kind of shifting over to the bed here. What are we looking at?
A shoe, some socks, some random clothing items.
One of those random clothing items is some black boxers.
Yes.
Okay. You got a shoe, some socks, and some wires, correct?
Correct.
Showing you now states 81. Just please, for the record, orient us.
So we're looking north at the bed. So that's the north wall. And that's the bed that's tucked away in that whole side of the room.
'82. What portion of the bed are we looking at here?
That's the headboard of that bed.
And you're documenting kind of the gap in between the headboard and the bed?
Yes.
83, getting a little closer to the bed here.
Yes.
84, now we're at the foot of the bed.
Correct.
Did you find anything of potential evidentiary value, flip that, down near the foot of the bed?
That's where we started seeing what appeared to be blood.
Okay.
Was the foot of the bed.
And I do have photos later that show your markers, but do you remember where that particular blood was?
Right on the foot portion of that bed, that wood frame of the bed, we started seeing like our first drops of blood.
Okay. We're getting a weird glare here, so let me see if we can.
And some on the carpeting.
'84A. For the record, that was within the stack 84A, but I don't think I mentioned that.
I don't think you mentioned it.
We moved to the admission of the A as well.
Okay.
No objection.
Okay.
Thanks. So now we are, we're still on the other side of the bed. I apologize. I'm sure you do. 86. So what are we looking at here?
So that's on the opposite side of the bed. Now we're standing on the opposite side of the bed, where you can see the top portion of the victim, and you have that small kind of area just between the bed and dresser, some other furniture items along that wall.
For the record, the victim's his shoulders are kind of adjacent or parallel to the left side of the bed in this photo.
Yes.
The left edge, I should say. Yes?
Yes.
Did you make any observations about the blood patterns here on top of the bed?
There were some what appeared to be deep saturation blood stains on that side of the bed.
There is a glare, and I've been trying to fix it, but tell me if you need me to bring this photo up to you. Do you remember this particular stain, saturation closest to the foot of the bed being more red in color?
I don't remember that specifically.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes. I can see it in this photo, yes.
Council, which exhibit's that?
Sorry, 86.
Thank you.
And then down on the ground, did you make any observations?
Yes, there was another area of what appeared to be just saturated blood right on the ground right below.
91, that shows it a little bit better. I'm going to try to zoom in. The larger stain on the ground, is that an area you would refer to as a saturation point?
Yes,
And then there's another lighter spot above that, correct?
correct.
Just tell me kind of what your observations were related to this blood and the positioning of the victim.
So that was right below where the victim's head would have been. Clearly that's where we saw the bloodletting injury, if you will, occurring. So that's where carpet is a little difficult, but those were saturation stains. So it was just blood that had pooled and saturated in those areas right below where he was at.
Showing you 92. Is this that same stain, just a
Yes.
different perspective?
Yes.
Do you see areas of kind of displacement or like odd patterning here?
It's difficult to determine that, but to determine like clean borders, but
Sure,
yes.
sure. Clean borders, like what are you referring to? What does that mean?
Like if something had been placed there, carpet again is difficult, because you don't get those clean borders that you would see like on a hard surface or a non-porous surface. Carpet is a little more difficult, but, yes, like you can, I guess, see, the outline of where the stain ends.
On the right side of the stain, it looks like there's almost a straight line. You see that?
Yes.
I would presume your photographer got a little closer and took several photographs of this area as well as the victim's shoulders.
Yes.
Showing you now 93. This is a little bit better photo of the patterning here on the bed. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you make any deductions or observations related to the amount of blood, the positioning of the blood, et cetera?
We didn't at that time, no. We just clearly observed and documented that this just was a very large saturation blood stain.
'98, this is a different perspective. Oops. What are we looking at here?
So that is the upper portion of the victim, again, void of his head.
And just for the record, is there a substantial amount of blood on top of a blue and white comforter?
Yes.
And then what is this item right here?
That's a large pillow that was underneath the top portion of the victim's torso.
States 101, different perspective of the area where his head should be, correct?
Correct.
Did you make any observations about the color, I guess texture or anything about the blood?
Yes, the blood appeared black, just dark, extremely dark, atypical of what we usually see.
And I should have asked you earlier, did you smell anything while you were in the scene?
It was overwhelmingly, the chemical smell was overwhelming, burning our eyes, burning our nostrils. It was overpowering the chemical smell that was coming specifically from this area. That smell was present throughout this room, but the closer you got to this area of the victim, when you walked around the foot of the bed and came towards this area, it was overpowering.
I'll show you one more, states 100. For the record, kind of the same perspective, but it shows a little bit of the pooling over here as well.
Yes.
And ma'am, did you make any general deductions related to where this person was decapitated?
We felt like we felt like it was done right there.
Why do you say that?
I mean, there wasn't any signs of a struggle. There wasn't any signs that he had been moved. There wasn't, if anything, we hypothesized whether or not he'd been rolled from back to front, but that was the extent of the movement that we felt, that he had gone through, that there was no movement outside the back.
Okay, and so rolled from the spot that is pretty apparent down a little closer to the foot of the bed?
Correct. Either rolled or, again, something that had blood on it had been placed there that caused that saturation stain. But as far as him himself, we didn't feel like there was any movement or very little movement.
Now I have a personal question for you. How tall are you?
5'2".
You are a petite woman, we can all see. Did it appear to you that his body was the size where someone like you could roll him over?
Sure.
The documentation doesn't end here, correct?
Correct.
Eventually, the sheets and stuff are kind of peeled off onion-like layers, right?
Yes.
Well, you looked closely at the victim's neck where his head was decapitated.
Yes.
Did you make any observations about the injury itself?
No, not about the injury itself, no.
So I want to show you 104, and you mentioned the chemical smell earlier. Did you observe any injuries to the body that may have been consistent with some kind of burning of chemicals?
Yes, he was covered in what appeared to be almost like blisters, or I guess burn or chemical burns throughout his body.
States 106. Is that an angle of the backside of his left shoulder
Yes.
and left inner arm?
Yes.
And are these some of the blistery kind of burn-like marks you're seeing?
Yes.
And many of those are documented closer. I won't go
Yes.
through all of them, but they're documented closer, correct?
Yes.
Moving away from the body now to 109, what are we looking at?
That is looking down that short hallway leading towards, again, there's a hallway bathroom off to the right, and then you can see the laundry room and that door that leads out to the garage.
110. What are we looking at there?
So those were two, I guess, bottles of cleaning supplies that were found on the ground. Right, that door is the door to the bathroom. So one of them was a bottle of ammonia, and the other one is a bottle of soft scrub.
States 111, where are we looking here?
That's looking into the bathroom, that hallway bathroom.
And that's all documented as well?
Yes,
States 112, what are we looking at here?
that's a picture of the vanity in that bathroom.
Including the sink and the toilet?
Yes,
And then we're trying to get a photo of the shower printed, but that's all looked at and documented.
yes.
Did you observe any signs of blood in the bathroom area?
No, we did not.
Had you would have swabbed it and taken it, I presume?
Yes.
Going back for a moment. To states 100. Would you agree with me that the blood in this area is generally focused where his head should be, and then at the bottom of the, or I guess the foot of the bed and the ground,
Yes,
directly underneath?
yes.
Have you responded to crime scenes involving gunshot wounds?
Yes,
Okay. Any estimate, thousands, hundreds?
hundreds.
Okay. Have you responded to scenes involving stab wounds?
Yes,
And is it common to observe blood kind of less focused in one area in those types of scenes?
can you explain that?
Well, would you expect with a gunshot wound cast off or spray or spatter.
Yes, absolutely.
What are those terms that I just used, just so the jury understands?
So anytime you have like a gunshot wound injury, you will see various types of blood stain, blood spatter, if you will. We have forward spatter, you'll have back spatter. For injuries involving like sharp objects like stabbings, a lot of times you'll see cast off patterns, things like that. So there's all different various types of blood spatter depending on what type of injuries or implements cause those injuries.
Sure. And if an injury occurs while a person is alive, it's probably more likely that their arteries are pumping and their veins are pumping.
Absolutely.
If an injury occurs that's not, if a decapitation occurs post-mortem, there's not going to be spurting, correct?
Correct.
And I should ask the general question, did you observe any spatter, cast off, or anything on the walls,
No,
on the headboard,
no,
on the ceiling,
no,
on the, anything else that's kind of cluttered around?
no.
Anything of evidentiary value found in the washer and dryer?
No,
Other than the two chemical bottles on the ground, anything of evidentiary value found in that hallway or bathroom area?
no,
119. Is this the door, the garage door?
yes.
And I guess, what perspective are we looking at this at?
So you're inside the garage.
Okay, so we passed through that hallway, past the bathroom, into
Right.
120. What are we looking at here?
That's an overall inside the garage.
121, different perspective, but kind of capturing the other angle.
Yes,
122, also in the garage.
yes,
Did you, and I should say all of you, HPD,
Yes.
did you turn this garage upside down as well?
yes.
Is there any weapons found in this garage?
No,
Anything with apparent blood on it?
no,
And obvious question, did you find the victim's head anywhere in the garage?
no.
Going back to the bedroom for a minute, 123, is this the slider leading to the backyard?
Yes,
And 125, when you move the blinds back, what is this here?
so that's a doggy door insert that goes inside of the sliding glass door, and it has that glass panel, and then at the very bottom was a doggy door.
And for the record, that doggy door is closed.
Yes,
And then this particular, the latch on the slider, was that open or closed?
open.
Open. Ultimately, did you and other crime scene analysts impound this dog door
We did.
cover? And those two chemical bottles?
We did.
Showing you 128, what are we looking at here?
That's an overall of the backyard.
129, what are we looking at here?
That's the side gate that we previously looked at inside of the house.
I'm gonna try to zoom in the best I can. This is not the gate where we saw the big wooden fence.
No,
So if you're looking at the house from the front, this would be the left gate.
yes,
And in the back, obviously, the right gate. Could anyone access that gate from the front? Like, what are we looking at here?
that is, it was like wood boards and everything, like on the ground, in front of the gate.
Okay, and that gate, for the record, swings into the backyard,
Yes,
and that would be obstructing.
yes.
And actually, we're come back to the backyard in a minute. I'm going to just try to make this more efficient. 1:30, you go upstairs.
Yes,
You and other crime scene personnel document all of that.
yes,
1:31, this is the upstairs area.
right at the top of the stairs.
And just as an example, 1:32, you're opening cabinets, you're going through everything, correct?
Correct.
Without showing a bunch of photos, was there anything of potential evidentiary value found upstairs?
No,
Any weapons?
No.
Any head?
no,
Any blood?
no.
Showing you 1:38. Is this one of the upstairs living area bedrooms?
Yes,
And can you see some, what appears to be some little girls' clothes and little stuffies up here?
yes.
Well, that's what my kids call them, stuffies.
Yes.
1:40. Some more kind of child's clothing or small clothing there.
Yes,
This is all upstairs.
yes.
1:45. This bathroom door appears to be painted pink.
Yes,
Did you find it? All right. So very briefly, 153, we now have evidence placards next to the two chemical bottles,
yes,
and those should correspond with our crime scene diagram.
yes,
Evidence placard 1 states 155, the ammonia bottle.
yes.
Was that processed in any way at the scene?
Not at the scene, no.
For the record, 156, that's just showing the other side of the bottle to see how much is left in there.
Correct,
I'd say maybe 1/3 full.
correct.
And did I say, is that the ammonia bottle?
Yes,
Okay, and then 154, the other bottle appears to be soft scrub bleach.
yes.
When you say not processed at the scene, what do you mean?
So we collected it with the intent of bringing it back to the station to have our forensic evidence lab technician process it in the lab.
Going back to the backyard for a moment, the one gate is obstructed that swings inward to the backyard.
Correct,
The other side, I'd shown you a photo earlier from the front, that gate, that wooden fence,
yes,
does that cause that side to be completely obstructed as well?
yes,
Okay, so both sides are obstructed.
yes.
States 160, where are we now?
So that's the foot of the bed. where the victim was.
161, now we have an evidence placard showing what?
That's showing an area of apparent blood that was located on the foot of the bed.
Very small, almost like droplets.
Yes,
Did those appear to be downward droplets?
yes.
What's the difference between a downward and kind of a spray?
It's like a passive blood drop. So it doesn't show a lot of directionality. It's more of just like a passive, or like something that's dripping blood, just passive. It doesn't show a lot of movement.
In addition, in the bedroom, did you and other crime scene analysts locate a bunch of writings, pink writing?
Yes.
Were those accessed and then ultimately photographed page by page?
Yes.
Did those shed light on your investigation?
Yes.
And generally, without saying what the letters say, why were they relevant to your investigation?
it appeared to be handwritten notes regarding their child custody disagreement.
Okay. I move for the admission of 196 to 207.
We'd object as a hearsay if you want us to approach with your.
Please.
Okay, guys, we're almost at the end. There's just a few minutes left, but we're gonna roll. We might do a little bit going into day 2. Keep in mind, in real time today, Monday, November 10th, they're going into day 4. Okay. Tomorrow, court is closed due to the holiday. So we'll go into day 2 tomorrow. So day 2, it looks like there's another crime scene analyst on day 2. There is the Henderson Police, Nicholas Papux or Papux, and then Devier, the husband / son, baby, testifies. So that is going to be the key testimony on day 2. Day 3, Niseo and Yoko, the parents, the mom and her boyfriend, testify. And that'll get us caught up. So that's what we're looking at for day 2, day 3. Is everybody here? If you're new here, make sure to subscribe. Make sure to subscribe and make sure to subscribe. Okay. Let's see. We're still waiting. Let's see. They're probably finished with her, I guess.
Minutes, so we're gonna stop for the day, and then we'll do this, and then we'll pick back up tomorrow. Can council approach briefly?
Okay, so this is the end of day 1, guys.
During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its matter, either by voice, phone, email, text.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and roll into day 2. Okay, you guys are in the work bushes. Isn't this? It's very much unset. I mean, I'm not going to classify myself as like a complete and total tough cookie because I'm not. I'm not totally a tough cookie. But my lord, okay, I can't even. I cannot. This takes the cake, okay? This is some stuff, man. I'm not even going to hold you guys. This and it turns my stomach a little bit. It's very so is she's still back on the stand? Interesting. Okay, ma'am is back, you guys. They stopped for the day, but guess who's back on the bench? Let's see. I was just on court TV. Is she back for the second day in a row? Let's see. Yeah, I guess she's back for a second day. I guess still going through pictures and stuff like that. Okay. We were on Law and Crime before. I almost feel like I like to stick with where I start. Let's just make sure because I don't want to Law and Crime. Law and Crime. All right, give me just let me make sure I'm being in the right place. It may not make a difference, but I just want to be sure. Okay. Okay, yes, same. The crime scene analyst is back again. Okay, she's back for day 2. They're asking her lots of questions. Okay, here we go. I'll update the title so we have that we're into day 2. Let's see. Gosh, they don't have any clothes for her. She came in looking real stank. Hold on. Wow. I guess they're doing the best they can. They usually, I think the defendants sometimes dress from a clothing closet, and she may not have a lot of support. So, let's see. It's very gross. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. It's very much, that's why I don't talk to too much of my neighbors. You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I have nice neighbors in Jesus' name, but do you imagine to know what's going on across this? Like, you know, I mean, they lived in a very unassuming location, you know, Yoko and her husband. Do you imagine finding out that that happened across the street? And then Devyn, do you imagine finding out your neighbor is married to her stepson, and once upon a time she was married to her own stepfather? Ew. And she was a porn star. And now and then top it off, y'all, she's in the county. She's gonna be on trial because her baby daddy's head was never found. Like, just a mess. Okay, let's get into it, guys. I think I'm still in shock. I don't even know what to think. Okay. Whew. I almost feel like I want to put on 1.25, but I feel like it was.
Please be seated. Your Honor, the jury's all present and accounted for.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
1.25 might have been too fast.
377-239, State of Nevada versus Devyn Michaels. For the record, reflect that Ms. Michaels is present and her attorneys and deputy district attorneys on behalf of the state. We both parties stipulate to the present.
Judge Jones, she talks fast.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and then I'm just gonna ask you to raise your right hand. We're gonna re-swear you in because it's been overnight.
Okay, we're back on normal speed.
You're about to give this action. Show me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So you got it.
I do.
State, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, yesterday we left.
She was okay. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but Rob, remember Rob Baker, the guy who was messing around with Monica Simontelli? Go watch Kathy this morning. Kathy explained it in her video this morning, but yesterday we did talk about it briefly that she was dealing with Rob Baker, Monica Simontelli's boo thing from the gym, the guy she used to play racquetball with. Guess who Devyn Michaels was involved with? Rob Baker. Okay. Yeah. It's disgusting. Okay. You're still in the sick bushes? Oh my God. Bible lady, get well, baby. Get well soon, hun. Everybody in the sick bushes, the work bushes, the I'm just listening and cleaning, I'm snoozing, all of the things bushes. We are at the top of day 2, okay? and the video says it's 6 hours and 16 minutes, but guess what? They started an hour, like it was on Medallion for a damn hour. Okay, it was on Medallion for an hour, and I'm sure we're gonna have a nice little lunch break in here. So, but this is when the son testifies. Okay. All right, let's get into it. Day 4 is going to be happening today. Left
off with a couple of
Right now, they're gonna re-swear you in because it's been overnight.
They're re-swearing her in. It's been overnight. Okay, this is we're catching up from where we left off with day 1. Okay.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
State, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, yesterday we left off with a couple of questions about the backyard and that side gate, that wooden fence. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now 163. Is this a view of the front of the house aiming at the trash cans and that side fence?
It is.
164, those trash cans were opened.
Yes.
165, another trash can. 166, trash can opened. 167, another trash can. Yes?
Yes.
168, that trash can opened.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
And search anything of evidentiary value found within those trash cans.
No.
168A. This is that over. You good? I believe by stipulation we move to admit 168A.
Correct.
168,
168A.
168A. Okay, 168A will be admitted, present stipulation.
And ma'am, I mentioned yesterday we appeared to be missing a photo. Does this appear to be a photo showing the backyard and showing that gate where the fence would be out front?
Where the wooden fence would be out front, yes.
Okay, so does this now tell us both sides of the entry to the side of the house are obstructed?
Yes.
Did you and your team also go out and execute warrants on the vehicles out front?
Yes.
169, ma'am, what are we looking at here?
That is a photograph of the victim's truck and trailer that was parked out front of the house.
Can you describe just for the record how it is parked?
It's parked, I'm sorry, I don't know directionality, but it's just parked along the street right in front of the
Okay.
house.
Parked, I guess, wrong way on the street.
Correct.
And the trailer appears to be hanging out into the street a bit.
Yes.
170. Did it appear that the moving trailer portion was somewhat empty,
Yes.
other than a blanket or something?
Yes.
171, just another angle of that.
Correct.
172, documenting the license plate, if you could read that into the record.
399ZUK.
173, is this the bed of the truck?
Yes.
Obviously searched at some point.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the trailer or the bed of the truck?
No.
The inside of the truck, was it also searched?
Yes, it was.
174, is that a side angle of the truck?
Yes.
A couple of American flags sticking out the back.
Yes.
And then there's a bunch of photographs of different angles of the exterior of the truck. Is that fair?
Yes.
I'm not going to show them all to you, but you would agree with that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one more, 180. Just a better angle showing the empty moving trailer, or moving trailer except for that blanket and a piece of wood or something.
Yes.
181. What are we looking at here?
That's the interior of the truck.
Front seat.
Yes.
182. Back seat.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the truck?
No.
In addition to the truck, was there a little blue sedan parked out front?
Yes. A little Nissan Sentra.
And was that searched as well?
It was.
185, is that the Nissan?
Yes.
186, rear of the Nissan.
Yes.
Looks like a temporary tag.
Yes.
2010 date on it.
Yes,
Can you read the plate into the record?
sure. 1E67224.
And that vehicle was searched as well?
It was.
188. Front seat?
Yes.
189. Back seat?
Yes.
190. Trunk?
Yes.
Appears that there's a bunch of random materials as though maybe someone was packed.
Yes, it was full.
Anything of evidentiary value found within the Nissan?
No.
And I'm assuming that when you're referring to evidentiary value, that would include anything related to blood.
Correct.
So let's go back inside the residence just briefly. I'm almost done with you.
Okay.
193, we showed this yesterday, but this particular dog door, did you say, was it impounded under our vent number?
Yes, the cover was, yes.
And you mentioned some latent print processing. 194, what are we looking at here?
So that's the door that's leading from the laundry room to the garage, and that was also processed for written fingerprints.
And 195, a closer view of that same area?
Yes,
You mentioned yesterday, sometimes you'll process and use photography. Other times you'll process and actually pull tape.
correct.
Here, it looks like you may have pulled tape.
We did.
And want to ask you some general questions about fingerprints.
Sure.
Fingerprints are an artifact left behind when someone touches something, correct?
Correct.
And there's latent ridge detail that could be matched potentially to a known fingerprint, correct? Fingerprints don't tell you anything about timing,
No.
right? That could have been left there a day ago, a month ago, a year ago.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult to establish a timeline for fingerprints.
Okay, and if someone is a known occupant of a home, you would expect their fingerprints to be in their home.
Absolutely.
If someone had lived in that home previously, you would expect fingerprints to be in the home.
Absolutely.
If someone had been inside the home, one or two times, they may have left prints as well. You
Absolutely.
just never know, but
Yes.
you do it nonetheless.
Correct.
I'm gonna go back to the body a bit. And I'm gonna put these cameras up on, these photos up on the screen for the cameras. 208. Is that John once the cover was removed from his body?
Yes.
There was a suggestion yesterday that maybe the decapitation occurred at a different location and his body was moved to this location. Is there anything about this body that suggests otherwise?
We did not feel that the decapitation occurred anywhere else, based on his morbidity. When we removed those bedding and all those sheets, his morbidity was consistent with that position. There was no mixed morbidity or anything to suggest that he'd been in a different position.
Okay, the jury's hearing the term lividity for the first time.
Sure.
What do you mean by that?
So morbidity occurs when your heart stops beating, the blood in your body will pull into the natural cavities of your body. So the morbidity becomes fixed at a certain point, but you'll see dark discoloration that's consistent with the position of the body.
And so if a body lays, say, in this position on the belly for an extended period of time,
Right.
the blood essentially settles with gravity.
Correct.
And that at some point becomes fixed in the body, correct? Now, if a person is killed, and they sit there for a minute, an hour, and then are flipped onto their belly, they're on their back when they're killed or whatever.
Right.
Are there times in which the lividity will change a bit?
You'll see a variance in the lividity.
Okay, and in this particular case, anything suggesting that he was moved from this small position on the bed other than maybe flipped over?
No.
In addition to that, we talked about how you believed it was a post-mortem decapitation.
That's correct.
As a result of that, you're not going to have spurting vessels or veins or arteries, correct?
Correct.
However, there is blood leaking from the
Right.
decapitation.
Right.
Did you see anywhere outside of this small area in the scene any evidence to suggest this body was dragged in, brought in, carried in, or anything like that?
No, nothing of the sort.
Showing you 212. Now that the cover is removed, can we see more of those what appeared to be chemical burns?
Yes.
not feeling the need to publish this photo, but I'm going to just show you the old school way. 214 ultimately is the body removed from the scene, placed into a bag, and the custody taken over by the Clark County Coroner's Office.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I just remind you, you will have all of the photos that were admitted into evidence when you go back for your deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor. Was the scene documented after John's body was moved?
Yes.
Showing you 220. Describe now what we're looking at.
So after the victim's body was removed from the scene, we proceeded to basically open up all the blankets and bedding that he'd been wrapped in to see if we could find anything of evidence, anything important in that bedding.
And so we can reorient, if the jury can't recall, is this the foot of the bed down in the lower left portion of the photo?
That pillow is the pillow that we discussed yesterday that was underneath the upper portion of his torso.
Okay. Well, I have another personal question. Have you ever received a massage?
Yes.
It's weird, but I have to ask it. So are there times in which a pillow is placed under a person's body when they're getting a massage?
Sure.
Okay. Down here, bottom left portion of the bed, when you first come upon the scene, that is bare, correct?
Right.
Just mattress,
Just
and then
mattress.
we saw the red staining in this area.
Correct.
When you fold the sheet back, is this red staining consistent with the location of that other red staining we saw on the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. So hypothetically, if someone were to want to roll this body over to do something to it, could the initial impact have occurred here and then the whole sheet then rolled over and with the body in it?
It's possible, yes.
.221, another angle, just showing kind of now we're peeling the layers a bit or getting different angles of the layers.
Yes.
.222, is this the remnants of the pillow and the blanket that were underneath where John's head should have been?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Counsel, which exhibit is that? The number?
222.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 223, what is this?
That's a towel that was found towards the head of the bed.
Okay. And now it's just been laid out for documentation?
Correct, yes.
225. Are we now seeing the white comforter kind of spread out
Yes,
and a couple of blood spots in corresponding corners on the top?
yes.
And show one more graphic image just to talk about a point you made earlier. 229. Is this some of the lividity that you were talking about?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay. And that's kind of blood settling when a body remains in a position post-mortem for an extended period of time?
Yes.
One last question. Did you observe any bleeding injuries to the victim's hands anywhere?
No.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll just start with the last part of your testimony and address some of the testimony that you gave yesterday.
Okay.
You were asked a series of questions concerning lividity and when lividity sets in, correct? You'd agree with me that you don't have an opinion as to the time of death.
I would agree with you, yes.
So when you talk about lividity, you're kind of just guessing because obviously lividity sets in after someone dies, correct?
Correct.
And if you don't know when a person dies, you just kind of have to guess when the lividity. Obviously, it begins after the person dies, but we don't know when, correct?
There are several factors affecting lividity, yes.
And what time was it, these photographs that you've testified concerning? When were these photos taken?
We entered the scene, I would say somewhere between noon and 5 o'clock.
So we're talking about a 5-year period, and you're giving us opinions concerning lividity. And that's just 5 hours that you were there, correct?
Correct.
You gave an opinion concerning, it appears the body had not been moved, presumably from the time of death that you don't know, correct?
Well, I don't know the time of death, no.
No, and that's my point. Yet you're giving an opinion concerning the lividity, correct?
All I can base my opinion on is what I observed during the time that I was there.
Correct. That's somewhere during that 5-hour period, correct?
Based on my knowledge of lividity and based on what I observed while I was there, that's what I'm basing my opinion on.
Let's talk about lividity. When does lividity begin to occur?
I'm not a medical examiner, but I'm not comfortable answering exactly when it sets in.
Thank you, and you're making my point. So it's pretty tough to say that this body stayed in that same place based upon the lividity and based upon my observation of it, correct?
What I'm saying is that based on my observations of the lividity, there didn't appear to be any variance other than the position that he was currently in.
Fair to say the body dies and it moves 2 or 3 times in a 1-hour period. You can't give an opinion concerning the lividity and when it set in and if the body was moved or not, correct?
I'm not a medical examiner, and like I said, there are several factors that affect lividity, including the body itself, temperature, things like that. So again, I'm not comfortable answering those questions.
So fair to say, let's just not get a point where, well, the body wasn't moved because of lividity. That's a fairly unfair assumption, an unfair testimony, unfair conclusion to reach, correct?
No, I would not say it's unfair.
I see. We don't know when the body died, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what time lividity may have set in, correct?
Correct.
But nonetheless, you're just going to testify and say the body wasn't moved.
Lividity evolves. Lividity
Correct.
evolves, and at a certain point, it becomes fixed. And again, there's a lot of factors involved. So again, all I'm basing my testimony on is what I observed while I was there.
Okay. During the 5-hour period, correct?
We were there longer than 5 hours.
Yesterday, you had given testimony that based upon what you saw and the evidence you collected, you had an opinion that it was there on the bed. This gentleman died, correct?
Correct.
You testified that there wasn't any signs of struggle.
Correct.
Fair to say there could have been a struggle somewhere else and the body wound up on the bed. You can't give an opinion, correct?
No, I can't.
You testified yesterday that we, and presumably that's you and other crime scene analysts, or who else? You said we a number of times, like we hypothesized that about him, the body being rolled. Who was we?
Members of my team, members of detectives who were also there. We did a lot of discussing as a group, as a team.
And when you talk about hypothesizing, is it kind of like in a scientific sense where you reach a hypothesis and then test it?
That's something that we can't really test, but based on our observations and evidence at the scene, we potentially come up with theories on how blood stain patterns could have occurred. That's very common.
Okay. But getting into, we don't know the time of death
No.
based upon your testimony,
No.
do we?
We don't.
You had testified again about this assumption that the person died at that bed and then was beheaded. Fair to say that was in large part because you saw some blood going down the side of the bed and puddling on the floor?
There was obviously bloodletting there that had occurred, but I don't know that that's the sole reason that I made that statement.
Okay. Well, we don't have the time of death. You testified that you observed that the head was severed, but you didn't make any observations of the injury, correct?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, you testified yesterday that the head was severed, but your testimony was that you didn't make any observations as to the wound, correct?
No, as far as, like, what are you, specifically, what are you asking about the wound?
That's what I'm trying to clarify about your
Okay.
testimony and your hypotheses and your conclusions. You testified yesterday that you did not observe or analyze the wound, correct?
Well, I observed it up close, but I didn't make any determinations as far as what could have caused that or what implementations that caused the decapitation. I didn't make any of those specific assumptions.
But nonetheless, you gave an opinion that the head was severed there, correct?
Yes, that's what I believe, yes.
Are you aware of how the head was severed?
No, I'm not.
What instrumentalities may or may not have been used in severing the head?
I have read the anthropologist report at this point, but at the time, no.
Okay,
I didn't make any assumptions at the time, no.
but you were reaching these hypotheses prior to reviewing the anthropologist's report.
Not a hypothesis about what instruments were used to cause the decapitation.
Well, you're talking about the death occurred here, but you're not really clear on how the death occurred, correct? Or at least how the decapitation occurred, fair to
Not
say?
how the decapitation occurred, no.
You're aware, and since you've addressed it, hand-powered knife and mechanically powered saw, correct?
Correct.
You gave testimony concerning cast-off, blood, things like that, correct? And it was your testimony that you didn't see any evidence of cast-off, correct?
I did not.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the walls, correct?
Correct.
You didn't see any evidence of cast-off on the headboard.
Correct.
You didn't see evidence of cast-off on the mattress, did you?
No.
You gave some opinions concerning blood spurting when a person's alive, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that a mechanically powered saw would, the kinetic energy would cause cast-off?
Well, it's difficult to say, and my only experience with hand-powered tools post-mortem involved being present for multiple autopsies at the coroner's office, where they use power tools to cut open an individual's head or do Y incisions. And no, I don't see any blood spatter associated when they do that.
Morgue, the bodies have been refrigerated, correct?
For a period of time, I guess.
Yes, oftentimes.
Depending on when the bodies come into the coroner's office.
Correct. They're generally cold, aren't they? They've been sitting there for a while. They're put on
And
ice.
I don't work down there, so I can't.
Well, ma'am, you just gave an opinion
Answer
about
that
cast
fairly.
off. Just gave an opinion, ma'am, about cast off electric tools. That's a different set of circumstances than those circumstances that you saw in the photographs that you've been shown, correct?
Well, you asked that if a high-powered tool was used, if I would expect to see cast off. And I'm not gonna say no, but what I'm gonna say is based on my experience with powered tools cutting into bodies, I have not seen cast off or spatter.
And we were addressing your narrow experience in the coroner's office, correct?
I mean, explain narrow.
We're not talking about crime
I
scenes,
don't
are we?
work down there, but I've been present for countless autopsies.
You've never seen a dismemberment of a body, head, arm at a crime scene, have you?
I've seen limbs come off before, but I've never been present for that.
Point time making, cast off, things like that.
Correct.
Fair to say?
I've never been present for a dismembering at scene.
You had given opinions and all. Are these all the exhibits right here?
The ones I used to read.
Today, these were yesterday's? Okay. All of them. Let's take a look at states. Exhibit 87. Body on the bed.
Correct.
You recall your testimony concerning blood here, blood over here?
Yes,
Appears to be two different spots, correct?
correct.
You testified that you observed the blood, but you'd agree with me that you can't quantify the amount of blood there.
No,
Are you aware of how much blood is contained within the human body?
not exactly, and it depends on the body.
Larger, more blood, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you aware of the body that you took photos of, the measurements?
Like how big he was?
Yeah.
We don't do that specifically. The coroner's office would take a weight and height.
Didn't look at a driver's license?
There was no driver's license at the scene.
I told you that person was 6'4". Any reason to disagree with me?
No,
Fairly large body.
sure.
That brings another point. Yesterday, you had testified that you could have moved the body over, correct?
I could have rolled a body,
Have you done that before?
rolled a body in a bed.
A dead body.
Not a dead body, but actually, I have rolled bodies, like assisted with the coroner's office when they needed help, so yes.
More than one person because they needed help, correct? It's hard to move a dead body, isn't it?
It's difficult, but it's not impossible for me.
I see. Bigger the body, the harder it is, correct?
Correct.
And this was a big body, wasn't it?
Sure, I mean, I would say he's average male size,
6'4" is an average male size.
in my opinion.
Okay. You don't know the weight, do you?
No, I don't.
You are familiar with the term dead weight. Oftentimes people refer to that in a social sense, but I mean the scientific sense, dead weight.
Sure,
Body doesn't maintain its center of gravity. It gets real hard to move,
sure,
correct?
absolutely.
It's like trying to move a big wet bag of cement. It's hard.
Sure,
It looks, at least on this photo at least, that we had two spots perhaps where the body was.
sure. That, or it could have been something that had blood on it that was placed there.
Okay. We don't know. That's a guess,
We don't.
correct?
Yeah.
So let's not guess. Let's not guess, okay? The covers, and there's other covers, but just for the sake of testimony, did you recover those?
No,
You didn't impound those?
we did not recover any of the bedding, no.
You didn't photograph it?
We photographed the bedding.
The sheet, I'm sorry, the blue bedding?
We photographed, everything was laid out and photographed.
In the interest of time. Is it in this?
Yeah.
This is slanted. I brought these things. Thanks, Mike. So there was no analysis performed upon the bed cover?
No. Analysis of what kind?
Cuts?
We did visual observations, but we did not observe any cuts on the bedding or the bed.
Did you take any close-up photographs of the members, future members of the jury, law enforcement, defense attorneys? No?
We did overall photos, and if there had been any defects observed, we would have documented those.
No close-ups?
Close-ups of what?
The bedding, where the body's found.
We laid out the bedding, but like a close-up would be something of a specific area or a defect or something like that, so.
I mean, you're giving testimony about a head that you don't know how was cut off, and that somehow that happened there, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't keep the bedding, correct?
We didn't feel like the bedding had any evidentiary value to it.
I may approach the witness. Yeah, obviously, you've gone through these crime scene photos. If you could please show us the photograph that you took.
The photograph of what?
Of the bedding that we're discussing, the blue bedding specifically.
copies in a certain order.
You can just pull them out. Thank you.
All of these contain overalls. Are you specifically referring to the blue comforter?
Yes.
Okay. Sure. So all of those in that pile, they just have overalls, so that blue comforter. Sorry, it's a little bit of a mess.
State's Exhibit 220. It's one of the photographs that you just pulled out, correct?
Yes, correct.
Photograph 221, correct?
Correct.
Photograph 222,
Correct.
photograph 223,
Correct.
photograph 224.
Correct.
No close-ups, correct?
Again, like close-ups of,
The fibers, I mean, to say cuts. I mean, obviously, we now learned that a power saw was
Correct.
used, correct?
correct.
No close-ups of
And again, we visually observed every item on that bed.
with a magnifying
Every piece
glass?
of bedding, the towels, everything, the pillows, everything that's on that bed. And we didn't observe cuts or defects on any of those items.
So you got a head that's cut off with a saw and it didn't leave any marks. Power saw, fair to say?
We did not observe any defects.
It's your opinion that's where the head was cut off.
Correct.
226. Same thing, correct? No defects.
Correct.
In fact, in these photos, we don't see any kind of cast off, even minor cast off, correct?
No. On the bedding, no.
Not on the bedding, and that's where the bed was found, or that's where the body was found, correct? That pillow underneath. You've given some testimony about getting massages, correct?
About getting massages, sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
getting correct?
Yes,
Head usually goes on the pillow, correct?
I guess.
Fair to say, I mean, in your experience, since you gave an opinion concerning that, when you're getting massage, your head's on the pillow, correct?
Well, I mean, most massages, there's really not a pillow. You put your head in a headrest
Well,
on a
you talk,
massage table.
and that's the point I'm making. You gave an opinion about a pillow and a massage just a few minutes ago, correct?
Correct.
All right. You would testify that there is a bathroom downstairs,
Yes,
closest bathroom to the body, correct?
correct.
Did you take any photographs of the inside of that bathroom?
Yes,
Did you take photographs of the inside of the shower?
yes.
No.
That's the one I had.
The 168.
Okay.
It's on your list.
He just sounds so pissed. I mean, he's so annoyed and he's like attacking the crime scene lady. And really, she's just doing her job. She's really an operational person. I guess wait till the detective comes. The detective is next, you know. They come in and they're just taking pictures. You know, they're collecting evidence and taking pictures. And it's like he's mad at her because they didn't collect or preserve certain things. I don't
That
know.
bathroom downstairs were taken.
I don't recall an exact number.
You arrive on August 7th,
Hey, Jay
2023,
Blake, how are
correct?
you?
You've given testimony concerning things that you documented that you felt were of evidentiary value, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that you go in, you're taking photographs, but you're not perhaps aware of all the facts and circumstances that may give rise to the murder charge or the death, correct?
Correct.
So you kind of go in there, you do the best you can, but you may not have all of the evidence or all the necessary facts to make appropriate decisions as to what is of evidentiary value.
We do the best we can with the knowledge that we have at the time, yes.
Yesterday, you gave an opinion concerning a ring, correct?
Not an opinion, I was asked if we located a ring in a trash can, and I said no.
Okay. You didn't inventory what you found and what you didn't find, correct?
In the trash cans,
Yes.
we photoed like the interior of those trash cans, but we didn't write down everything that was located in those trash cans.
And that's been provided? We have all the photographs of all these trash cans and their contents?
I have the photos that I reviewed that I was presented with when I got here.
You were asked several questions on direct. Did you photograph everything of evidentiary value, correct?
Yes,
You'd agree with me that when you were there and your team and you're taking photographs, a ring was of no evidentiary value, correct?
if we had found a ring in a trash can, we would have specifically photoed that. That's atypical.
In what sense?
Well, most trash can items would be trash. Like you can see in one of the photos, there's empty water bottles, your typical trash items. I think a piece of jewelry in a trash can would be atypical. We would have documented that.
But that's assuming that it's a piece of jewelry. It's made out of a fine metal, correct?
Again, yeah, I think anything in a jewelry box or ring, something like that, I'm sure we would have documented.
How about a rubber ring? Don't have an opinion, correct?
We didn't locate a rubber ring.
Would you have photographed it?
I'm sure we would have photoed the contents just like we did on the other trash cans that there are photographs of. We photographed the contents inside the trash can.
Exhibit number 68, you trash can. It's your testimony that you photographed the contents of exhibit 68.
Can you refresh my memory on what exhibit 68 is?
There's a trash can that you gave testimony. Actually, it wasn't. It was admitted. How many trash cans were in the residence?
There were 2 in the kitchen that we observed.
Okay. Anywhere else downstairs?
I'm sure there were, but I didn't make a note of how many trash cans were in the house.
So we have to rely upon the photographs, correct?
Correct.
The blood that was
Do you imagine? I just had to stop for a second because do you imagine? So she's a supervisor that when you get called to court, that you are scrutinized on video by some lawyer who is trying to get their felonious client off. Some cases they may be innocent, some cases they're not, and you're getting scrutinized like she took every damn picture herself and for the work that her department did. I mean, I could not imagine. Like, this is probably a very stressful job. On top of just the job being stressful in and of itself, this is really stressful. Like, to me, sitting here listening to her get drilled by this dude in a very douchebag way, it's like, I feel bad for this lady in a way, because it's like, do you imagine having to go back to work and do your job after this? Ugh.
The drop, there was cone number one. Do you recall the testimony concerning that?
Well, there was marker A and there was marker B.
The first one, that blood drop.
On the driveway or?
Correct, on the driveway.
Okay.
Was that collected for further analysis?
Yes, we collected a sample of that.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you read the rest of it?
Yes. First, I'd move the admission of 168A. Looks like no one's able to find it, but your exceptional clerk tells me that it is the shower photo.
168A has been admitted.
Oh, okay.
So it's been admitted.
Just can't find it. All right. All right. Start from the beginning, ma'am. I won't be too long, but I got to go back to a couple. So you're a professional crime scene investigator.
Correct.
I'm not, right?
Correct.
He's not, right?
Correct.
You made some deductions based upon what you observed at the scene.
Correct.
Correct. You're not making deductions based upon speculation of other pieces of evidence that may have been found at other scenes or anything like that.
No.
You're just observing what you're observing, coupled with your experience, and you're making some deductions.
Correct.
One of the things that was brought up was time of death. You would agree with me that it's very difficult to determine a time of death unless someone is killed on camera or something.
I would say so, yes, and that's outside of our wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's not your world.
Correct.
And if there's a medical examiner that may testify later, she might be able to speak better to the timing of death.
Absolutely.
Okay. Understanding you can't really gauge time of death, there are ways to narrow down time of death in the real world, right?
Right.
Like if someone's alive and smiling on a video, you know they're not dead at that point.
Absolutely.
If a mom sees somebody downstairs or hears somebody or whatever, they're not dead at that point, presumably.
Right.
Okay, so there are ways to narrow it that may not deal with your world of just looking at the crime scene.
Yes.
Okay. There was a line of questioning about how the murder occurred, cast off, and this mechanically powered saw and all this stuff. So I want to clarify something. I would hope you never been present for a live person being dismembered.
No, I have not.
You have been present during autopsies.
Yes.
And autopsies are clearly post-mortem.
Correct.
And you deduced from this scene that this was a post-mortem decapitation.
Yes.
Okay. And so in the autopsy setting, if the coroner, I don't want to get too graphic, but I mean, they use some heavy duty tools sometimes.
Yes.
And when they're using mechanical or mechanized saws, you're not seeing blood spray,
No.
spatter, or anything like that.
No.
Okay. So that's the decapitation portion.
Right.
Talking about the actual fatal blow or blows.
Okay.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested a gun was used?
No.
Did you see anything in the scene that suggested an item was used multiple times?
No.
What would you expect to see in a scene if a head blow is done multiple times?
That's where you would see various types of bloodstain pattern.
Okay, and that would be cast off or spatter or
You
whatever.
would see multiple impact patterns, impact bloodstain patterns.
Would you expect to see cast off if there is a single blow?
No.
There was a discussion about John's size, and I don't want to get too morbid, but you can't estimate his height when he's missing his head.
Correct.
Right.
Correct.
And so you're just deducing based on what you saw of this headless body that a person of your size could flip that person over a couple feet or whatever.
Correct.
Okay. There was a lot of discussion about defects in the bedding. I want to clarify here. So when you have a large item like a comforter, you're taking, you and your team are taking overall documentary photos.
Right.
If you see a defect, especially on a scene where somebody's missing a head, you're going to zoom in and focus on that.
Right.
So what your normal process is, you're observing it, you're looking for defects, you don't find it.
Right.
If you did find one, that would be like a zoomed in photo maybe an evidence marker or something like that.
Yes, we would put something indicating that defect and take close-up photos of it.
Now, you weren't there. You don't know what happened when he died, right?
No,
There was evidence that the person who did it cleaned up the scene because there's a big glaring thing missing from the scene, right? Actually, a few glaring things,
right,
weapons and head.
correct.
No telling whether the person who did the cleanup job ditched another piece of bedding that maybe was covering his head when the decapitation, anything like that.
It's possible, yes.
Yeah, you just don't know.
Correct.
You mentioned that there was no ID found
No,
because Mr. Draskowitz asked you about his height and weight and look at his driver's license. You said no.
no,
And that reminded me, I don't know if I asked you. Did you find any car keys in the victim's room?
no,
Any wallet?
no,
And you said already no ID.
no,
Any cell phone?
no.
And then that last line of questioning about the trash cans. All the photos we've seen so far, those are overalls documenting the scene, correct?
Correct.
Then anything that was of evidentiary value, you get closer photos and you take also photos of anything you're taking from the scene or impounding.
Correct.
Fair to say that you and your entire team were fervently looking for the head.
Yes.
Well, what were you thinking as you're going through the scene when you're opening boxes and
We were opening every bin, drawer, cabinet with a great deal of trepidation that we would find a head somewhere.
okay. And so when I showed you earlier, I'm not going to pull the photos, but when I showed you the bedroom earlier, downstairs bedroom, there's a couple containers and stuff.
Yes.
All of that is thoroughly searched
Extensively searched.
because there's glaring things missing from your
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll pass it.
Any follow-up, Mr. Esther?
Yes, thank you. Based upon those questions, primary focus, you're looking for a head, weapons, correct?
Correct.
If there'd been any defects to the bedding, to the sheet, to the mattress, to the pillow, you would have photographed it.
We would have photographed it and we probably would have taken it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any follow-up?
No, you're
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. Can you call your next witness?
She had some.
Nicholas Pappas. Yeah, he just has the writings.
Are you he's I don't want to mix these all up. So you want to mix this powder. This is the one. This is just the first part of this one. But
What is she writing, and why didn't anyone let her borrow a brush?
okay. Yeah, they're in this part. Okay. It's,
Good morning.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this action shall be the truth.
Sir, could you please state your full name and then spell it for the record?
My name is Nicholas Pappas, NickOles, and Pappas, Papacs.
May I? Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a detective with the Henderson Police Department.
In which unit are you currently assigned?
I am currently assigned to the Crimes Against Persons Unit, also known as our Robbery Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with that unit?
A little over 2 years with this specific unit.
How long have you been with Henderson PD in total?
A little over 20 years.
I want to bring your attention back to August 7th of 2023. On that date, were you called to a homicide scene?
I was.
Were you called while on duty?
I was actually off duty that day.
Why were you called in off duty?
Generally, given the size of our unit, anytime that we have an incident such as that, they need additional resources, so the people typically off duty will also get called.
Okay, and so on this particular day, you're off, you get called in, and around what time do you respond to the scene, if you
I
remember?
believe I responded at 10:36 that morning.
And was the scene at Haladura,
It was.
located within Clark County, Nevada?
Yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let me show you a few exhibits. 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Do those all look generally familiar to you?
Yes, sir.
And are those all fair and accurate depictions of aerial maps of a couple of different scenes you responded to in this particular case, being the Haladura scene and Porcupine Ranch?
Yes, sir.
Move the admission of those?
No objection.
Okay, those are there.
Thank you. So I'm going to start with Exhibit 9. Detective, is this the actual homicide scene that you respond to on Haladura?
Yes, sir.
Sorry. Represented by a little red flag?
Yes, sir.
When you respond to the scene, Detective, what is going on at the scene?
Well, it was an active crime scene. Obviously, I was not one of the first detectives to arrive, so I was a little behind everybody else.
Okay. Had the main, or I guess lead homicide detectives already arrived?
I believe so.
And who would that be in this case?
Detective Dennis Lozada was primary in this case.
Okay. Primary meaning he's kind of responsible for delegating duties and such,
That is correct.
but you have a role in this as well.
Yes.
You worked in a support role, essentially?
Yes.
What is it that you first do when you arrive on this particular scene?
So when I originally got called out to this, like I said, I was a little bit behind, so we were in charge of actually canvassing for video surveillance originally.
I'm going to show you states 11A. You recognize this?
Yes.
Is this that same Haladura neighborhood with a bunch of yellow tags on it?
Yes, it is.
Do you know if this represents the video cameras that was done by your team?
I believe so, yes.
And can you direct the jury to the area where you were responsible for?
So originally I was in charge of the Carolina Laurel area.
Okay.
Which looks like it's going to be perpendicular to Haladura.
Yeah, let me go back to 9. Carolina Laurel, is that here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that is perpendicular to the Haladura entrance. Tell us what a canvas entails.
Typically with the canvas, we will walk the locations in the surrounding area looking for video cameras, surveillance, rain cameras on next to the doors and everything. Anything that would signify that they possibly have to get surveillance.
Okay. While you're doing your particular canvas of Carolina Laurel, are you called away to do something else?
I made contact with a couple people on Carolina Laurel.
Oh, okay. You make contact with people. Do you remember if you yourself impounded any video from Carolina Laurel?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you learn of any surveillance on Carolina Laurel?
I believe that there was no surveillance available.
Okay. At some point in time after your canvas, are you called away to do something else?
Yes.
What is that?
I did conduct an interview after the canvas.
With?
That would have been Devyn Michaels.
Okay. So let's not get there just yet. At some point in time, do you make contact with a homeowner that provides a phone number for who ultimately you identify as Devyn Michaels?
That is correct.
Was there another name used or?
David Dent, I believe, was the person.
No, I mean the other name.
Oh, as far as Nikki.
Okay. Was there initially some confusion as to who Nikki was?
Yes.
And describe that a little bit.
There were multiple names being used. Nikki was one of the names that we learned of, and we didn't know exactly what association there was with the decedent. So that was a little bit of a navigation as far as getting through that.
Ultimately, do you receive a phone number for Nikki of 702-677-4340?
44 is 30, I believe, yes.
Oh, 4430? Okay. And do you remember contacting that number?
I did.
Did you make contact with someone who identified themselves as Nikki?
believe, I don't remember if it was Nikki or if it was Devyn that identified on the phone.
Okay. Nonetheless, do you tell that person to come back to the scene?
Yeah, yes, I request.
Request that person to come back to the scene. And that person does arrive?
Yes.
Do you see that person in court here today?
I did.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
She's sitting across over here, looks like wearing a purple blouse, and I can't see the actual pants.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Record certified.
Thank you. You indicated earlier that you conduct an interview with the defendant.
I did.
Was that interview audio recorded?
It was.
Was that done in anyone else's presence?
It was.
Okay, sorry. Who else was present for that interview?
Detective Dennis was always present for that.
Okay. I want to ask you, just generally while we get it booted up, I apologize. At the time you interview the defendant, are you treating her as a suspect, a witness, an unknown? Like, how are you approaching this?
It was an unknown at that point because we really had no idea what was going on.
Okay. Did you have some preliminary information from a woman by the name of Yoko?
I believe so.
Okay. But is this more of like an information gathering, not like an interrogation of a suspect?
That is correct.
Tell us generally what's the difference between an information gathering and like a full-on interrogation.
I'd say like in an information gathering type interview, we are literally trying to solicit information as far as what's going on, because we don't have all the details. I would say an interrogation would be more directed as far as the directing and questioning, possibly treating you as a suspect.
Okay. So at this point, you're just looking for answers and anything you can get at that point. Okay. May we approach people?
Yes.
Judge, I would move for the admission of 618.
I'm sorry?
I would move for the admission of 618.
Are there any objection to 618?
No objection.
Okay, that will be admitted.
May we publish?
Yes.
And this was an audio recorded interview?
Yes.
Today is August 7th, 2023, approximately 12:11 in the afternoon. It's like goes out, guys, under 1531. Also, the area interview is my partner, Detective Mathis, under 1505, and we're here to know from 6 and Devyn Michaels. And we are here in reference to DR 23-15229. And we're in my detective vehicle partner 2690 Holiday Garage. So, yeah, I don't know if this is a vehicle already told me that Johnathan was found deceased this morning. Okay, so
Detective, we're going to pause that 46 seconds in. Judge, we have a bit of an echo going. May I inquire if the jury can actually hear what's being said? Are there any issues? Okay. Thank you.
As well as, please remember, ladies and gentlemen, you will have this recording with you because it's been admitted into evidence, so you will have it for your review.
we don't know what happened to him. That's why we want to talk to you. See, I know you were here last night. You guys are like trying to move out of the house, and move them back to your place
He's
across town.
moving in with me, yeah.
Yeah, so if you guys go over the last time you saw him yesterday, your guys' conversation, anything that you think is important for us to know. As of right now, like I said, we don't know anything, you know? We just need to find out and start putting things together to figure out what happened.
We spent the whole day together yesterday. We did the girls' school shopping, clothes, pies. We loaded up the truck and we took it to my house. Unloaded it, came back here, was loading more things up. Like I said, we just unloaded things. We ate, drank a little bit, smoked a little bit, and that was it. Like, nothing abnormal.
Okay. What time were you guys here last night?
Often on different times. I know, like, we left like at 9, I think, got back, I think, at 10. And then I know I left, but I'm not sure what time. I was talking to Yoko, so she would have an idea of what time I left.
So last time you talked to Yoko, was that after you talked to Yoko the last night, was when you left, or after that?
Shortly after that, yeah.
Okay.
Because she was cleaning up and I was cleaning, like, the bottles and stuff like that up.
Okay, and who was home at that time?
John, myself, Yoko, and Yoshida.
Okay. And then last night when you talked to Yoko, you don't remember what time that was last night, or was it this morning?
It was like midnight, 1 o'clock, I think.
Okay. Do you remember your conversation with her?
Yes.
What were you guys talking about?
We were talking about John owing her money, and she said he owes her like $200. We were talking about Andrea coming back. I know John's trying to get out before Andrea came back. And I left the keys for her for Andrea.
When was she supposed to come?
We don't know. John said it was going to be any day because she has to pick up the car before the 16th. So we know she's like supposed to be soon.
Soon, meaning within between now and the 16th?
Yes.
So we don't know if she was coming today, nothing like that.
He just didn't want to be here when she got back. So we're kind of rushing to get everything moved. The majority of his stuff is at my house right now.
Okay. And then you guys were moving stuff back and forth yesterday. What's your address?
5510 Porcupine Road.
5510. How do you spell that?
Porcupine, Porcupine, Ram, RIM.
And is that in Vegas?
Yes,
You know the zip?
89130.
I just want your first name.
DEBYN.
Last name.
Michaels. Minnesota.
And your neighbor?
42878
And your phone number?
702 677 4430.
Okay. So you're moving stuff back and forth to this house at 510 Porcupine Rim.
Yes, sir.
And then from there, you came home, came back here around maybe 10 o'clock-ish. Did you guys pack up more stuff?
Yeah, I put more stuff in my truck, and then I went and grabbed my daughter's prescription, and I went home.
Okay, but you said that John was drinking when you guys got back the last time?
Yes.
So, I guess when you got back, kind of explain what happens from there, so.
He started drinking, and he started smoking. He smoked cigarettes when and he was in the garage. Yoko came down, they were kind of having an issue. She went back upstairs, and then she came back down later. That's when I was talking to her.
And then he fell asleep.
No, he was in the garage when I left.
He was, okay, because you always told us that you told her that he was asleep on the.
No, I said I told him to sleep it off instead of trying to drive last night.
So when you left, he was still awake.
Yes,
And then working. And what was he doing in the garage?
smoking.
Something wrong.
Weed.
And no one's in trouble for smoking weed or doing any bad drugs right now. We're worried about trying to figure out what happened to Johnathan. Okay, so don't leave anything out just because you think it might get someone in trouble. Okay.
It was just me.
Okay. Does he do anything else? You know?
No, sir. I know he smokes cigarettes and weed. I know he has drinking. He was drinking Jameson last night. I was cleaning everything up before I left.
So he's in the garage, say he's smoking, and then you finish packing up your stuff and then you take off.
Yeah.
That's the last time. You guys text each other or call each other?
I've been texting him all morning because today was the first day of school and he was supposed to come down to help me get the grocery register.
When was the last time you talked to him last time over the phone? Like text or call?
No, last time I talked to him was face-to-face.
Okay, so you didn't text him when you got back to your place saying, hey, he didn't try texting you. Okay,
I texted him, he couldn't help me from work. I texted him. Hey, this was 4 this morning when I was up trying to get the stuff for the girls ready for school. And I was saying like I can't find anything. And then I've just been calling and texting and not heard anything.
Okay. So, do you know, like, what he does for work?
He's a handyman, so he does odd jobs here and there.
Like, side jobs?
Yeah.
He just, people just call him, and then they'll just do things like, Mom said something about, like, the moving and stuff. Does he move people too? So he just does any kind of odd jobs? How long has he been doing that for?
A few years.
Does he have a lot of clientele, or is it just like word of mouth?
I think it's more word of mouth. I don't know his clientele. He says he puts ads up on Facebook, and he tries to drive his trailer around a lot. Like yesterday when we went shopping, I wanted to go with my car, but he wanted to use the trailer for advertising. So that's
You know, when last time he had a gig or job?
It was Friday. He did something on Friday. I don't know. He was moving somebody's stuff.
That's the last job that you know he's done.
Yes, sir. He texted me for it. I don't know who it was for, but he told me how much he made and everything.
Okay.
But I don't know any of his friends. He talks about someone he works with named Andrew. I know David, that's the neighbor we've gone to his house. But I don't know who he works with. I don't know. I just don't know anybody of that nature. I know names.
Anybody that comes to mind where he was talking about, I owe this person some money, or hey, just be on the lookout, this guy's looking for me type of thing?
No, sir, people owe him money. Like he said, this guy, this one right here owed him money. So,
Did he own any weapons, handguns?
yes, but they're at my house now. We took them over last night. We didn't bring ammunition, like, because there's no safe at my home for them. So we intentionally left the ammunition here.
Over here.
Yes, sir.
And then,
So detective, so far you've learned a few things from Miss Michaels. She indicated that John was alive and fine when she left, correct?
Correct.
She claimed that John had some guns, but they'd been moved to her home, correct?
Correct.
She claimed she did not have a safe at her home, correct?
Correct.
I'm gonna resume.
the girl is supposed to pick up this car over here,
His ex-fiance.
they were supposed to get married?
Yes, sir.
When did they do that?
They broke up, I want to say May.
Of this year?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why they broke up?
She was trying to get back with me, and she moved all of her stuff out. She tried to come back. It just, from what he said, he'd rather try to make it work with me versus being with her. He says that she's been trying to text him and he hasn't been answering. So. She did show up one time, like out of the blue, because I came here to take the girls to school, and she was here, and we did not expect it. But that blue car, she's supposed to be driving back to wherever she's at. But I don't know if I think it's Utah, but he said she's coming because it has something about the 16 on it, like the tax or something. And Yoko, I left the keys for Yoko just in case she did, and someone will stand for her. So.
You mentioned earlier, like, your first off with bowling, you guys were trying to avoid her, you know, because it's hard to know her or shutting down. Is that like a constant problem with her?
I wouldn't say a problem, but he didn't want to keep dealing with her. He said, like, his ring, we actually threw his engagement ring in the trash last night. So he said it's done, he's 100% done, and he wants to have a family with the girls and everything, but we're not driving back and forth.
Yeah.
We brought as much as we could to the house last night. Like, literally, we were doing this last night to get him out of the house.
Yeah. Have you seen like any text messages she sent him or anything?
No, sir. He just said that he was done and I just kind of took him at his word.
And she wasn't willing to do that?
I don't know if that was the case. I think. No, I think she was trying to get back with him because her situation wasn't working out. And she left with some other guy and it wasn't working out based on what he was telling me. And he kept saying that she was reaching out to him and then I think some girl named Melissa started reaching back out to him. Yes. And he said she reached out to him on Facebook.
What's Johnathan's phone?
Yes, sir, that's his mom. Okay. Yeah, I was sitting there talking 702-561-9242. Yeah, I've been trying to reach him, but I just thought his phone was off again because that's normally what happens when I can't find him. Like from non-payment.
Yeah. So there's nobody that he's mentioned that has issues with him that you can think other than Andrea, who they had a breakup. They're supposed to be married, but then they said try to work it out with you. You said that she left with another guy, so it doesn't sound like she was too upset.
No, he was saying that it wasn't working out where she was at, and she was trying to. Yes. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. I don't know. He was saying that just to kind of make me want him more or what the situation was, but that is what he was saying.
And then what about Anthea? She's the mother of Devyn.
Yes. But she lives in California.
Does he talk to her at all? Nothing like that. So, you guys, when did you guys start talking
talking more, I would say, at the beginning of this year. Because I was coming down here to take the girls to school and things like that. And he was already saying Andrea was kind of on her way out. So.
Okay. So the girls were living over here with Yoko and Johnson. When did they move back in with you?
The day school got out.
So around May
26th, 22nd.
They come back in with you and you guys are starting to work things out at that point. So then you guys have been off and on since when?
No, we're not off and on. We're just trying to make a family work. Like, we're not physically intimate or anything like that. We're just trying to, because the girls really want us with one house, yeah. And it says on yes, so we were trying to make that.
Do you have a boyfriend or anything right now?
Yeah, I'm married.
You're married?
Yes.
Alright, so honestly, I was not told that information. I thought you
I'm
had.
married, but, okay.
We were told that you guys are possibly trying to get back together.
No, we're trying to get everyone in one house and be a family.
Oh, okay.
For the girls.
So, who are you married to?
I'm married to Debbie.
The son?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. So Debbie Air, his son, and you are not.
She said it like it was nothing. I'm married to Devia. I'm married to Devia. Ma'am, you've got kids with Devia's daddy, but you're married to Devia? She's a nut job. I'm married to Devia. I'm married to my daughter's brother. Yeah, that's it. I'm married to my two daughters. I'm married to their big brother. Okay.
Almost 2 years.
He's a nut.
And yeah, John House.
So it wasn't like you guys trying to get back together. Like you said, instantly. He's just gonna move back in with you to be with the girls.
Yes, sir.
Was there a reason for that? Just for the girls, or was there other?
It benefit everyone. He was having issues here. Yoko was trying to get him out, and then he needed advice.
Debbie Air was good with having dad come back. You know,
I wouldn't say good, but he understood. It wasn't his first choice for everything.
And then how you spell Debbie Air?
Devire.
Devire.
Yes.
Get it 2 years.
Almost 2 years.
Has there been any issues with Debbie Air and Johnathan?
Like, they don't work together anymore, but they're not really.
Did he used to work as like a handyman and stuff with them? What does Debbie Air do now?
Installations for like security systems and stuff.
Like cameras and things like that?
Just taking the cameras down.
Who did?
John and I, we had just taken the cameras down. They're at my house.
The ones there were cameras on the house. When did those go down?
Last night, we just brought them over.
Oh, you just took them off last night?
Yes, sir.
There's no cameras left on that wall. And then how many dogs are in the house right now that you know?
4.
And then are they typically, where do they usually stay?
Here.
I mean, like in the house, like where, or outside?
Downstairs in John's room.
So they just all hang out downstairs and that. Is that considered a room? Like you walk down and there?
That's where he sleeps.
That's where he stays?
Yeah.
And they usually just stay out in there. Does he walk outside at all ever, or?
Yeah. Yeah, he goes outside. There's a patio door thing. So yeah.
A balcony door?
Yes, sir.
Does that ever get locked, or he just leaves them outside?
No, it gets locked sometimes. Like when he's trying to eat and he doesn't want them.
Oh, yeah. Alright, You're saying because the driving, things like that? Or
Not the driving, it was just the girls really want us together. And I know it's kind of complicated for them to understand that I'm married to Debbie, so we were bringing John into the house just to kind of keep things. I know it sounds weird, but.
Do you have any kids with Debbie here?
No, sir, I can't have any more children.
You're all having kids.
I don't know who you could talk to. The neighbor, David. I know John was supposed to go over there last night. He's doing like a pound plate thing.
Like some kind of seafood boil or something. And then, did Johnathan have any workers that he had?
Oh, yeah.
Like any normal, like day to day, or was it always something different?
He had a few that were pretty routine.
You know their names?
I just know Andrew. I think the neighbor on the other house to that way worked with them sometimes.
You know his name, okay?
I want to say his name was David.
David?
Yeah, not this guy, but David.
You know Andrew's last name? You don't have Andrew's number, do you?
Yes.
Would Debbie ever know who Andrew is? Would that they work together?
I don't know. Because like when John texts me, it's usually, hey, I got this job, it's this, and this. So I have those. But they don't really have names on them or anything like that.
When John goes to bed, is there like normal clothing that he wears, like pajamas? I think we had like when he sleep, there's just like shorts on, no shirt, or just like an underwear, boxers.
The last time John and I shared a room, my daughter was 3 days old, my oldest daughter. So he used to wear boxers to bed.
And that's it?
Yes, sir.
So, that sucks. That was a long time ago. Sometimes habits don't change, you know?
I know he used to wear boxers. I don't know.
That's all he needs, just see the boxers, no shirt.
Yes, sir. When I left, he was wearing boxers. He had on, I want to say like black boxers.
Okay.
Boxer briefs.
Does John have any tattoos?
Yes.
Do you know where or what?
On his arm, I don't know which one is which, but it says Oriental John.
And then anywhere else? Do you know? Oh, it's left arm?
One on each arm. I don't know
Oh, like
which one.
Oriental down.
Yeah. But he's had those as long as I've known him.
So you guys, when this stuff out of here, or was it the girl stuff?
Oh, we brought all the girls' clothes and like the majority of his stuff last night.
And how long have you guys been moving stuff out of the house?
Last night.
That's it?
Yes, sir. He loaded everything up that he could and we just brought it over. Like, he made it as quick as possible.
And you're saying Debbie was good with this arrangement?
He was okay with it. I wouldn't say good is not his first option, but he understood.
You're saying he understood that it benefited everybody?
Yeah, it wasn't like there was a lot of animosity about it.
And
The biggest problem was the dogs.
when you guys were starting to talk to each other again, you and John, you say you haven't been intimate together since for how long?
2000 18.
Do you know anybody else that you might have been dating or Andrea?
Everybody. He was dating Sarah, Andrea, Michelle. He was just like, when we separated, he was just
Going on dates like crazy.
Yeah. So I don't know how many. He said he had 5 girlfriends at one time.
As far as you know, he wasn't selling like anything illegal right now.
No, his hustle was to go to the Goodwill, buy things, and then try to sell them. Yeah, that's why, like, if you go through the backyard, there's a ton of bikes. And he would get, like, turf and just random things from his jobs, and then try to resell them. Like, it seemed like he was trying to do better than what he had been doing in previous years.
Were you guys hanging out at all? Because I know you were all day yesterday, but prior to that, it was like a regular thing you guys would hang out, or?
We actually were here a couple of times this week, me and the girls. We had dinner and everything like that. I know we were here on the 4th. We went over to David's house. I think we were here like a week after that. So it was just whenever.
Was you guys there here come with you guys?
No. It was me, John, and the girls. We were trying to build that together.
And then for Yoko is dead here apparently too, right? Is the reason why he would want to go over?
No.
He just left it with you guys. Any additional questions? Is that practice? Okay. Well, we have your phone number, so if there's anything extra that we need to talk to you about, we'll give you a call. Okay. Only I said. Mostly 12:43. That's it.
Shall I keep going?
Can council first?
It's amazing that they let her leave because it's like, ma'am, seriously? Okay, so there's a break right now. Do they just go?
Lunch recess. During this recess, she must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including her.
This judge does not waste any time. Okay, we're at recess. We'll be back in an hour. And that's it. Like, just, y'all, we getting ready to go to lunch. Boom. Okay. We are probably going to knock out day 2 today. I'm not making any promises about day 3. Day 3 will probably be tomorrow because tomorrow is what? A holiday. So if you're going to watch day 4 today, I suggest why not? Why not watch day 4? That way maybe we can just talk about it and skim through it and then be caught up with day 5. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We definitely can do probably day 3, day 4, especially if it moves like this. Okay. The way she said, I'm married to Devi, like that's normal to be married to your baby daddy's son. That's weird. And Devier is just supposed to be okay with you guys, with his father moving into his house, who is the father of the girls that this man is kind of parenting, even though he technically is their big brother. It's so strange. This lady looks like she's been tossed around in the wind. I don't get it. She looks really nasty. Anyway, so here we go. This is after the lunch break. We're right here. Looks like the detective is going to answer. Are they going to show this social security card? Okay, they covered it up. Looks like he's got roughly y'all, looks like about 20 minutes of testimony, and then here the guy with the mop top, This is Devier. Okay, so let's get into it. And then after this is over, I'm gonna let y'all go for the day. Okay. All right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and also I just remind you, you are still under oath. Statement of your own.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, we left off hearing that recording of the first interview conducted with the defendant, Devyn Michaels, correct? If you recall, when that interview was conducted, had you and your team executed the search warrant on the Pallinger home yet?
Not yet.
Okay. So did you have a general understanding of what you had in your?
Not the arena.
Okay. Did you know there was at least a decapitation?
Yes.
Okay. But anything else is kind of follows the interview?
Yes.
You then enter after a search warrant is authorized by a judge?
Yes,
And do you go into the scene itself?
I do.
Do you stay downstairs, upstairs, go through the whole thing?
I was in charge of searching a few different locations. One was the upstairs master bedroom, one was the kitchen, another was that kind of middle room, dining room area, as well as like a converted living room section that was more of a bedroom.
And is the converted room where John's body was found?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's start with upstairs. Was there anything of evidentiary value found upstairs?
No.
Anything of potential evidentiary value found in the kitchen area?
No.
Anything found in that level where the kitchen is? Like, then let's focus in on the converted room, John's room, I'm gonna call it. When you went into John's room, did you get an overall perspective of the scene?
I did.
Did you go kind of look around and search different various items?
Yes.
Did you make any observations of the body itself?
I did.
And what were those?
That the body was laying, across the bed with obviously decapitated.
Did you notice a substantial amount of blood under his head? Or where his head should be, I'm sorry?
There was blood on the mattress, I believe, as well as on the floor.
Okay. Did you observe any blood on the ceiling, on the walls, or anything like that?
I did not notice anything else there, no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but you've been in homicide about 2 years now, correct?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you responded to violent scenes before, even if you weren't on homicide?
Of course.
What types of scenes?
I spent close to 9 years in K-9, so we went to a lot of different violent calls, obviously looking for suspects that had fled, obviously patrol work and things of that nature. I was also an officer for a while, so obviously responding to like your typical patrol calls, violent crime scenes, suicides, anything of that nature.
Okay. Did you make any general observations about the blood situation in this particular scene?
It looked a bit localized around the actual body.
What do you mean by localized?
As far as like the pool on the mattress as well as underneath, but nothing like you mentioned as far as like on the ceiling or anything like that.
Just so I can clarify, did you observe any blood staining or patterning or dragging or anything other than in that small area around the bed?
I did not.
Anywhere near the front door, the garage, the back door, anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you observe any of the victim's personal belongings, such as his wallet, his truck keys, his phone, or his social security card within the scene?
I did not locate those items. No.
Did you observe any weapons that could have been used to do this crime?
Obviously, there was some kitchen knives and things of that nature, but nothing that was obvious.
Yeah. Nothing in the room?
Not that I located.
No kitchen knives in the room?
Not that I recall. No.
You're referring to the kitchen knives in the kitchen?
Yes.
Correct. Any of those, did those have any apparent blood on them or look to be
No.
dirty, I guess? Okay. When at some point in the investigation, do you get called out to execute a search warrant at a different residence?
I did.
Where was that?
That was going to be at, I believe it's 5510 Porcupine Road.
Showing you what's been admitted as 8. Do you recognize this generally?
Yes.
And what does this appear to be?
That looks like, obviously at the top is going to be 5510 Porcupine Rim Street. And then down at the bottom appears to be the Paula door address in the city.
Okay. And the information on the left, does that look like just a general Google mapping?
Yes.
And it appears here that there are a couple different routes you can take, but overall it's about 32 to 36 minutes between the two via a vehicle.
Yeah, it looks like that appears to be what the route says.
And this particular route that's highlighted, it says 25.8 miles. Is that fair?
Yes.
if you can see that. And this Palladura scene within your jurisdiction in Henderson.
Yes.
Porcupine Rim scene is within Metro's jurisdiction, but as a result of you investigating a Henderson homicide, you go into that jurisdiction.
Yes.
Is that common for agencies to overlap during
Absolutely.
investigations? When was it that you responded to this Porcupine Rim scene, if you can recall?
I believe that was later in the evening on the 7th.
So we're still on the 7th. Okay. Is that a yes?
Yes.
States 239, already admitted. Is this the Porcupine Rim address?
That appears to be so, yes.
And there's two very apparent vehicles, but then there's one kind of tucked behind the van. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you present for the searching of any of that?
For the overall residence, yes.
Okay. Were you present for the searching of the vehicles, or?
I believe the other detectives in my unit were actually searching those specific vehicles.
Okay. And you obviously are working in tandem with other detectives and crime scene investigators.
That's correct.
So I pulled a few photos. We'll have a crime scene investigator talk about the scene later, but I want to direct you to a few things. States 265, do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is this?
That appears to be the front entry room inside the residence.
Okay. Fair to say there's a shoe rack on the right side here?
Correct.
And did you find any shoes that were black and white Nikes with a white Nike swoosh across the outside?
I did not locate it.
Okay. Showing you states 268. Is this the same room?
Yes.
Do you see these samurai swords here?
I do.
Were those of something of interest that you guys were interested in?
Yes.
And did you observe those?
I do not recall actually pulling them out personally, but I did observe them in the room.
Okay. Did somebody pull them out and check if there was blood on them?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. But you wouldn't know that? You don't recall?
I did not personally do that.
Okay. 267. I can't remember why I put this up. Do you see anything of evidentiary value found in this one?
No.
Okay. 291A. Did you participate in any of the upstairs searching?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you recall ever having found you or anyone on your team black and white female-sized Nike shoes with a white swoosh along the side?
No, I don't recall it. No.
Did you participate heavily in the search of the main bedroom?
The downstairs master?
Yes.
Right. I did.
Tell us generally what your observations were of that bedroom.
Appeared to be like the largest bedroom in the house. That was downstairs. It was cluttered with lots of different clothes, papers, electronic devices, things of that nature.
And during the course of your search warrant, are you looking for particular items that are authorized by the judge?
We were.
And then if you come across something that was not originally expected or authorized, what is the procedure then?
Well, typically we'll obviously take note of it and identify and then contact the lead detective to determine what course to take from that point.
Okay. In this particular case, were you looking for any items associated with the victim?
We were.
And did you find some items associated with the victim? Describe the search process and how you came upon those items.
So with the search process, just when executing a search warrant, we obviously let our crime scene analysts first enter. They take overall crime scene photos of the thing, or the way the condition of the room was before we enter. After they're done with that process, then we enter, and then we actually physically search for the items that are within the search warrant.
Okay. In this particular case, were you tasked with searching through the dresser in that master room?
Yes,
And did you find something of note?
I did.
What was that?
I found a black wallet as well as a set of car keys.
And you know, before we get there, I'm going to show you 366. You recognize that?
Yes.
You remember where that was found?
I believe that was on the bed.
373. What is this?
That looks like the same bag with a cell phone.
Okay. And then we have some items that appear to have been removed from that bag.
Appears to be, yes.
374. Was that an item that was in that bag?
I believe so.
367. Is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
368. Is that another item that was in that bag?
Yes.
Before the camera goes and broadcast that to the world, can I borrow your money? Fair to say that's a social security card, sir?
That appears to be yes.
Just for the record, I've redacted out the social security number, Judge. 368. Can you read into the record the name on that social security card?
The social security card says Johnathan James Willette.
Homie comes off really angry, and he just comes off. Is this wait? Yeah. If that's what's her name's lawyer, he just comes off as yeah, that's him. If you don't want it being broadcast, why are you
394.
leaving it on the screen for
Is that
so
the
long?
contents of that wallet?
It appears to be.
395. The rear side of the contents?
If you zoom out a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Oops, my bad.
Um, 364, same wallet. This is the condition where it was actually found.
Yes.
363, same thing, just showing a different angle of how the social security card was found.
Yes.
You mentioned searching the dresser.
I did.
Showing you 344. You generally recognize this?
I do.
So tell us about the search and how you came upon this item, and was it in this position when you first found it?
So when I first found it, it was actually in the top left drawer of the dresser in the back right corner, buried under like women's lingerie, underwear, things of that nature. The items, which were actually the wallet as well as the Chevrolet keys, were in a series of bags. So like the wallet and keys were in one bag, and that was tied off, and then that was in another bag, and so forth, I believe, for a total of 6 bags.
Ultimately, do you document, you and other people document the process of unraveling those bags to see what's inside? 345, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
346, unraveling the bags?
Yes.
347, is this the innermost bag?
I believe so.
And I note the person holding it is wearing gloves.
Yes.
Is that you, do you know?
More than likely, I believe it is.
Okay, anyone who touched this bag within the scene, would they have been wearing gloves?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of that?
Just basically prevent contamination of the crime scene as much as possible.
Okay. Ultimately, is that last bag opened?
I believe so. There could be one more. I don't.
Okay, let me show you 348. Ultimately, I mean, every bag is opened.
Yes.
And what is inside?
So that is a black wallet with Jonathan's driver's license in it, as well as a set of Chevrolet car keys.
349, a little closer image, it shows both those items.
Correct.
350, there's the truck keys in there.
Yes.
351, just a different angle of both items.
Correct.
And 352, that's the outside of the wallet.
Yes.
Ultimately, 436, that's photographed later, correct?
I believe that was taken by a crime scene analyst somewhere else.
360, what are we looking at here?
That would be the bed in that same bedroom.
And what is this item here?
That is a blue striped dress.
361, same dress?
Correct.
Appears there's a notebook next to it?
Yes.
Did that notebook contain anything?
I don't know if it was that specific notebook, but there were various, I believe, notebooks in the area.
Were there various notebooks and writings in the area?
I believe so, yes.
335, is that show some of those writings?
Yes.
336, is that zoomed in on the one in the center of the photograph?
Yes.
338, is that another one of those writings? This one like crumpled up?
Yes.
339, another one of those writings?
Yes.
$337, another one of those writings?
Yes.
$376, another one of those writings?
Yes.
And this starts with, so it has been officially 3 days since Devyn and I have stopped talking. He doesn't really seem two-faced.
Yes.
337, another one of these writings.
Correct.
378, again, another.
Yes.
379, another.
Yes.
380, another.
Yes.
381, another.
Yes.
382, another.
Correct.
383, another.
Yes.
384, another. Oops.
Yes.
385, another.
Yes.
386, another.
Yes.
387, another.
Yes.
388, another.
Yes.
And 389, the last one.
Yes.
This one starts with broken heart again, another lesson learned.
Yes.
The following day, did you participate in writing a search warrant for some call detail records?
I did.
Do you remember which call detail records you were searching for?
That would have been the Devyn's phone number, which was the 702-677-4430 number.
Okay, and call detail records come from the cell phone company, right?
Correct. And in that case, I believe it was AT&T.
And other detectives will be better suited to talk about the contents of those, not yourself.
Correct.
You helped obtain them.
Yes.
Okay, I'll pass the witness.
Ross?
Yes, thank you. Right here. Detective, in reference to the writings that I'm gathering here from counsel's desk, you would testify that these were recovered at the Porcupine residence?
Were those ones that we were just going over?
Correct. Several of them, correct?
Correct.
You reviewed these in preparation for your testimony today?
I did.
Would you agree with me that these appear to be entries into a diary, perhaps?
I'd say like a journal of sorts.
Okay, fair enough. And did these writings contain dates that you recall?
I don't recall seeing dates.
Okay. So in reference to the contents of these, you can't give us any indication as to when they were written?
No.
Months before, years before, fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Are you aware of how long the occupant, or first of all, who owned this home?
Legally, I don't know exactly who owned the home, but I was told that Devyn and Devyn lived there.
Okay. Are you aware as to how long Devyn had been living there?
I am not aware of that.
Years, months, no idea. In fact, you have no idea where these were authored, correct?
No.
Were you aware of what was going on between the two houses, the Palmadura house and the Porcupine house? occupants what was going on, a move? Were you aware of what was going on?
Yes.
And based upon your knowledge, Johnathan Willette was moving into the Porcupine residence,
Yes.
correct?
That's what we were under the impression.
And that was the residence where you found the wallet, the keys, social security card, correct? You'd agree with me that it appears that items had been moved in, they were out of place. I mean, the place was kind of messy and looked like a move.
It did.
Okay. Did you have it, when you were at the Paladura house, that house was in disarray as well, correct?
I think that's a fair assessment.
Fair to say that it appeared that the occupant, specifically Johnathan, was moving.
Yes.
In reference to the interview that you had had with Devyn, that interview began approximately 12 p.m.
I believe so.
And that was at the Paladura house, correct?
Yes. In the general area. It wasn't inside the house, obviously, but it was out front.
Okay. Fair to say that she had been summoned to the house and she had come.
She did.
Had there been a discussion that neighbors had called her or something that she knew something had occurred?
I got the phone number from one of the neighbors, and then I made phone contact with Devyn.
Okay. And asked her if she would come and speak to you.
Yes.
And she came willingly.
Yes.
And she appeared to cooperate with you.
Yes.
She obviously was made aware that something bad had happened.
Yes.
And it concerned Johnathan.
Yes.
And she came and freely and voluntarily answered your questions.
She did.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, actually, one more question. You were given the map, the distance between the two houses. Do you have that, Council?
Yeah, right. I have one map. It's probably under this.
Do you recall that it was a Google map in the distance?
So that was internet map, yes.
There was a time on that map, correct?
I believe there was.
Now, when Google calculates that time takes into account the time of day, correct?
I'm not sure with Google. I'm more familiar with Apple Maps. Like as far as on your iPhone, I know that it will typically account for traffic conditions.
So the time, perhaps if that's pulled in the middle of the day, would be a different time. Let's say that if it were pulled at 2:30 or 3 in the morning.
Exactly. Yes.
I mean, fair to say that those distances and that, well, the distance would remain the same, but the time to go from point A to point B would presumably be less in the middle of the night versus in the middle of the day. And when you pulled that, or when that was prepared, are you aware of what time of day that was?
I am not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Oh, thank you.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this one? Okay, seeing no response, thank you, you're excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Y'all, Devier's coming up next, and he's going to pretty much take up about almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours. I'm going to be honest. I don't have any feelings about this woman or this. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It does seem, from all accounts, when you watch these trials and you hear about a murder, that it does take some effort for some of these more heinous acts. And her lawyers are putting in a lot of effort to put in reasonable doubt that she couldn't possibly have done this on her own, or at all. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I wasn't there. I just know she looks like she is in distress. I don't know if she's just, I'm assuming it's a choice to get up and not do your hair and then put on whatever. I don't know if that's going to help her with the jury, because just because you come in looking disheveled doesn't mean that they're going to give you the sympathy, not guilty. Especially considering the set of circumstances. But of course, they're only supposed to weigh the evidence. So we'll see how it goes. But baby, this is a mess. Anyway, here comes her husband, aka her daughter's brother. Here comes her daughter's brother, aka her husband, aka her baby daddy's son, slash her husband. Okay, he's next up to testify. What time is it? Okay.
The state calls Devyn Willette.
Here. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Next, sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Devyn Willette.
Can you spell that for us, sir?
DEVIERE WILLETTE.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, sir.
Devyn, how old are you?
29, sir.
I can scoop this up so you don't have what is your birthday?
March 1st, 1996.
What was your relationship to Johnathan Willette?
I was his son.
Do you have siblings?
I have 2 younger sisters.
And what's your mom's name?
Arminthia Sings.
Do you remember or know when your dad and Arminthia split?
I was probably about 1 year old.
When they split, you were 9 years old. Where were you guys living generally? Was it here in Vegas?
I don't remember.
Did you go back and forth between Vegas and California?
Yes, sir.
Quite a bit in your life?
Never saw him.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where your dad moved here and stayed in Vegas pretty much permanently until his death?
Yes, sir.
And where was he living in the latter years of his life?
On Ball, Georgia.
Is that with your grandma?
Yes, sir.
Is that Yoko?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time when you were introduced to a woman by the name of Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And ultimately, you end up getting married to Nikki.
Yes, sir.
And we have a lot to unpack here. I'm sorry to air your dirty laundry, but we have to ask a lot of questions about this, okay? When you first met Nikki, was she dating or in a relationship with your dad?
They were dating at the time.
They were dating at the time?
Yes, sir.
Where were they living at the time, if you know?
I don't know.
When your dad and Nikki were together, did they eventually have children?
Yes, sir.
And is that your 2 sisters?
Yes, sir.
We don't need to say their names, but what are their approximate ages? Okay, that's okay. I just need an approximate. So are they right now under the age of 13?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So were you in kind of living with that or anything like that when he was with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And when they had the children together, were they living together?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember where that was?
Not the numbers, but it was on Blue Magic Street.
Blue Magic? Is that here in Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Before the girls were born, did there come a point in time where you and Nikki became intimate? Or was it after?
It was after.
Okay. So girls are born. Do Nikki and your dad stay together after the girls are born?
Yes, sir.
And for how long did they stay together before they split? When eventually, after the girls are born, do you and Nikki enter into an intimate relationship?
Yes, sir.
About how old were you at that time?
19.
19 years old?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how old she was at the time?
Yes, sir.
How was it that that relationship kind of started? Do you remember who kind of, I don't mean to be crass, but like who made the first move or any of that? Okay, it's a long time ago, right?
Yes, sir.
While you were intimate with Nikki initially, was she still dating your dad? Or in a relationship with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Does it embarrass you to admit that in front of a bunch of strangers?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue being intimate with Nikki for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if your dad found out about the intimate part of your relationship?
No, sir.
And I'm not going to say it a bunch of times, but when I say intimate, I mean sexual. We agree there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you all three lived under the same roof?
Yes, sir.
And was that the Magic House?
Yes, sir.
And is that when the relationship, intimate relationship started out?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, tell me if you can remember, when is it that any of you three move out of Blue Magic? Like, we need to get a sequence of events. Did you move out first? Did they split and move in different places? Or can you remember that for me?
I moved out first.
And where did you move to?
I moved back to California.
And where did you stay in California, if you remember?
187 Poppy Circle.
Was that with other family?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Eventually, do you move back to Vegas?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what year that was?
No, sir.
Okay. When you do move back to Vegas, after moving to Cali, you move back to Vegas, do you move in with Yoko at the Paladura address?
No, sir.
Where did you move that time?
Back to the Blue Magic House.
Okay. Did you then leave back to California for a second time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while I stepped one step too far ahead, when you moved back to Vegas the first time, you moved into Blue Magic. Who was living at Blue Magic?
My father, Nikki, Samantha.
The two girls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there some kind of discussion with Nikki at that time about being pregnant?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
I moved back to California and I was told that she was pregnant with my child, and if I didn't move back, she was going to have that child.
So she tells you this?
She told me that.
So you had gotten out of the situation back in Cali and you, I presume, talked to her over the phone or something?
Yes, sir.
She tells you she's pregnant, it's yours, and unless you come back, she is going to have the child.
Yes, sir.
What did you do in response to that? Did you witness her go to a doctor?
No, sir.
Did she tell you anything about that child she claimed was yours?
She told me that she had gotten an abortion.
But you never saw any documentation or anything like that? Okay. So you're pulled back into the situation, you're back here in Vegas, and then you move out again to California.
Yes, sir.
When you moved back to California that time, do you remember your dad, Nikki, and the girls still staying at Blue Magic together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So then you go back to California, and when is it that you return?
A couple of years after that.
A couple of years? Okay. And you spoke with Ms. Griffith and I last night, right?
Yes, sir.
And we talked about, I'm going to ask you some questions, and if you don't know a date, you estimate, but don't guess. We're in agreement there, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're doing your best with the dates?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you moved back this time, were the girls living with Nikki and just Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Where was your dad living?
Paul Drive.
Where did you move to?
Paul Drive.
So you lived with your dad?
Yes, sir.
Who else lived in the home?
Yoko and Yoshida.
Okay. Is Yoshida Yoko's partner, friend, boyfriend?
Yes, sir.
They're elderly folks?
Yes, sir.
When you lived with your dad, how was your relationship at that time?
It was fine. I worked with him.
You worked with him too?
Yes, sir.
Doing what?
Anything and everything.
Okay.
Moving houses to setting up bathrooms.
Moving houses, setting up backyards? Okay. So let me ask you kind of a general question before we move on. Is it fair for me to say that your dad was in and out of your life growing up?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a strong relationship with your dad as you're getting into your late teens, early 20s, or was it just kind of a, that's my dad and you don't see him too often, or what?
No, I love my father, so we have a strong relationship.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you're living with him at Paladura and working that you guys have some disagreements about work and other stuff?
Yes, sir.
Would you consider your dad to have been a hard-headed person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was he an opinionated guy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever tell your dad that you had been having a sexual relationship with the father of his other children?
The mother.
The mother. Jeez, I said father. Yeah.
No, sir.
I apologize. Knowing your dad as you did, if he had known you were having a sexual relationship with his mother of his children, is he the type of guy that would have just said nothing and let it go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you never tell him. I don't want to ask an obvious question, but why not?
I couldn't go with the courage to do it.
Okay. Eventually, do you move out of the Paladura?
You can't hear him? Okay, and I'm sorry, sir. Your voice is, thank you so much. Your voice is just really soft. And we're gonna see if we can get this. So can you just like say test for me?
Oh, test.
Can you hear me better now? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Giovanni.
Thank you, Judge. Oh. Oh.
Nobody can be held in contempt.
All right. I'm going to keep that one in the back pocket. So you eventually move out of Paladura.
Yes, sir.
Dad stays, Yoko and Yoshida stay.
Yes, sir.
Where do you move?
To 5510 Porcupine Rim Street.
Did you move in with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
And I've been saying Nikki. Did you know Nikki by several different names?
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki. Those three.
Tracy, Devyn, and Nikki? Okay. Is Devyn spelled Devyn? Devyn?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you, after moving out of Paladura and into Porcupine Rim, resume your sexual relationship with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Were your sisters living there, or was there some kind of custody arrangement? Or was that later?
That was later.
Okay. So when you first move into Porcupine Rim, can you give us a date, a year, an approximate year, anything like that? And if you need to use the date of your dad's death, August 7th, 2023, as a point of reference counting back.
Probably 2020.
Probably 2020.
Actually, I don't know.
Okay. So you live at, can we agree that you live at Porcupine Rim at least a couple of years with Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during this time frame, I'm going to ask you some very specific questions. Did there come a point in time when the family court became involved in the custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Did Nikki lose custody of the children?
Yes, sir.
Was this before or after you married, if you remember?
After.
So after you married Nikki is when the custody thing happened?
Yes, sir.
Prior to that, were the girls living with you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim for however long you were living there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Dad, to your knowledge, is still living across town?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When Nikki lost custody of the children, did they move back in with your dad?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, did they live out at the Paladura address?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long they lived at Paladura with your dad?
No, sir.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the summer months, just before your father's death, that the girls moved back in with you guys, you and Nikki at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Did they stay over the summer?
Yes, sir.
Were there, did they have bedrooms there?
Yes, sir.
And where were you sleeping at the time?
The master bedroom downstairs.
With Nikki?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there times that you slept on the couch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did your sexual intimate relationship continue throughout the course of this time period?
Yes, sir.
I hate to air out your laundry, like I said, but I just have to ask it. When you're having this sexual relationship with Nikki, is it a tumultuous relationship?
I don't know the definition of that word.
Okay. Is there a lot of kind of arguing and back and forth, or you describe it for me?
There was arguing back and forth.
Were there times in which you yourself were trying to get out of this relationship?
Yes, sir.
Describe that. How many times, what's going on in your head at this time?
That when I tried to fill some shoes that I had no business filling.
Whose shoes?
My father's.
Okay.
Fantastic. We can just get a little bit closer to it. It's okay.
So I believe you said that you were trying to fill some shoes that you had no business filling. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
As a result of that, did you start to get a little uncomfortable and attempt to leave a couple of times?
Yes, sir.
Did there ever come a point in time, and I want to be precise here, prior to you learning of your dad's death, that you learned he was going to move in to the Porcupine Rim address?
Prior, no, sir.
So you didn't know he was going to move in prior?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you learn that at some point after?
I learned after the death. when my grandmother was telling me about it.
Okay. Did you talk to your grandma like on the 7th?
The day after, yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to now bring you to August 6th, okay, 2023. On that day, were you living at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Were the girls living there?
Yes, sir.
Was Nikki living there?
Yes, sir.
Do you know or remember what you did during the day on August 6th?
I had woke up and I went to work, and I got a phone call from my grandfather saying that my dad was critically injured. And
Okay, let me clarify here. I'm talking about the day before you were notified.
oh, I went to work.
Okay, so you work on the 6th.
Yes, sir.
Do you know what Nikki and the girls were doing that day?
No, sir.
Did there come a point in time after you get home from, oh, and I should ask you, did you drive a work van?
Yes, sir.
Is that the white one that was parked in front of the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. There's another vehicle out front of the home. Whose was that? Not the Nissan Armada, but the little sedan.
Oh, that was my vehicle, sir.
Was that operable at the time?
Yes, sir.
And did you drive it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The night of August 6th, you get home from work. Do you remember a point in time where you saw your dad at the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
So I just got off of work. I was helping with the girls with their homework, and I believe I went into the garage and I saw my father bringing over a bunk bed and a desk for the girls, and his back was turned to me, so I closed the garage door.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, sir.
How was your relationship at that point in time?
We hadn't talked for a while.
At some point prior to that, had he learned that you had actually married Nikki?
Yes, sir.
How was that conversation, or if you had a conversation about it?
He sent me a text message asking or saying, I don't know what you're doing, but it's not right. And I responded with half of what you know is true and the other half isn't.
Okay. So your dad clearly knew you were formally married.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the date you got married?
No, sir.
Did you ever get divorced?
No, sir.
Is that something you would like to do?
After this, yes.
Okay. Once this trial is done?
Yes.
Okay. That night when you see your dad moving the girls' stuff into the garage, you don't talk?
No, sir.
Okay. What did you do after that? Did you just go back inside or what?
I went back inside and I continued watching the movie with the girls.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury kind of how the night progressed from there.
So I continued watching the girls, watching the movie with them, and Nikki had told me that she was going to go help John move some things, and I said okay. So I stayed at the house. We continued watching the movie, and I believe when the movie was over, I had put them down to bed, and I myself went to sleep.
Do you remember where you put them down to bed?
Yes, they had individual rooms upstairs. So I took them upstairs, I had them change into the pajamas, and then went to bed.
Okay. And then where would you have gone to sleep that night?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
Do you remember texting Nikki saying something to that effect?
I remember texting her, letting her know that I had put the girls to sleep, and I myself was going to sleep because I was working the next day.
You had worked the next day?
Yes, sir.
What time did you typically work?
I believe it was 8 a.m. or 8:30.
Okay. So I'm not going to show you a text message, but you remember sending a text message. Do you remember the time of that text message?
I believe it was 10 p.m.
Okay. And so after the text message is sent, do you remember receiving a response from Nikki, or you just go to bed?
I just went to bed.
And if I didn't ask you, where did you go to sleep?
Downstairs in the master bedroom.
The normal place you sleep.
Yes, sir.
When you went to bed, was Nikki home?
No, sir.
And that would be why you sent her the text, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember waking up at any point after falling asleep that night?
I remember waking up around 2 to her getting in the bed, and since I had work early in the morning, I didn't ask anything of it. I just looked over, I saw her, and I went back to sleep.
This was, to you, a normal night, right? You would have no reason to ask her anything, right?
No, because if they were moving things around, if they were just working through the night to try to get it all done.
Okay. When you looked over, did you see anything out of sorts about her? I mean, I understand it was a normal night for you, but like, did you observe anything that was different?
No, sir.
Did you go back to sleep after that around 2?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
Around 6 a.m.
Tell the jury how that morning progressed.
I woke up around 6 a.m. and I got ready for work. I'm usually the first one that's up, so I got dressed and went to work.
Do you remember seeing Nikki or the girls or anything that morning after you woke up?
No, sir.
Okay. And do you remember where your job was that day by chance?
I worked at Hometronics, so I was all over the place in my cities.
Okay. And when you're working, do you drive the, work van?
Yes, sir.
When you're on your off days, do you drive the work van or the car?
The car.
Okay. So on this day, can we presume that you're driving the work van if you're doing a job?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So believe you said you work normally around 8:30.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, do you get a phone call?
Yes, sir.
Describe that for the jury.
It was a phone call from my grandfather saying that my father was critically injured and in the hospital.
Okay. Okay. When your grandfather tells you that, what do?
I proceeded to call my boss to take off work.
And did you learn a little more information from another family member after that?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
That he had passed away, and I didn't get any information on how he actually passed away. It was just that he passed.
Okay. So initially, the first call, critically injured, but you tell your work, hey, I got to go. You learn after that he's passed.
Yes, sir.
I guess, where do you go from work?
Straight on.
What do you do when you go home?
Started drinking.
Okay. Did you drink back then?
Yes, sir.
What do you remember before you started drinking if the girls or Nikki were home when you arrived home?
No, sir.
You don't remember, or they were not?
They weren't home.
They were not home?
No.
Okay. On that date, August 7th, do you continue drinking after learning of your dad's death?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember the next time you saw Nikki?
I don't. I drank myself to sleep for the next couple of days.
Okay. So is it fair to say those couple days, after learning that on August 7th and maybe into the 8th, maybe the 9th, you're drinking pretty consistently?
Yes, sir.
Is it a bit of a blur for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At some point in time, do you remember police coming to the Porcupine Rim home?
Yes, sir.
And did they come inside and they do a full search and everything?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what day that was?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you some questions about items in your home. At the time you were working for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had the work truck.
Yes, sir.
I presume you had some tools.
Yes, sir.
Were there times in which you had saws and stuff like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you normally carry a saw, or is that something you use for particular jobs, or how does that work?
I had a drywall saw inside my bag along with a screwdriver, a flathead, an electric drill, measuring tape, muffler.
Okay. Is there a safe inside your home, or was there back then?
Yes, sir.
What was that safe used for?
Guns.
Did you have guns?
Yes, sir.
How many do you have, or did you have back then?
3.
Are you you're allowed legally to possess guns, right?
Yes, sir.
So you have 3 guns. Are they handguns?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember having them on August 7th, or was this general around that time frame?
We've owned the guns for a while.
Okay. Did your dad have guns too?
No, sir.
Okay. So you had guns, your dad didn't,
No, sir.
at least to your knowledge.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So try to give us any memory you have, but you don't remember the next time you saw Nikki, but you did see Nikki back at the home, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember her being there when the police came?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so at least when we can figure out from the police when they showed up, you know you saw her then.
Yes, sir.
When is it that you have any conversation with her about your dad's passing?
I believe it was the night the night that I found out, I was drinking heavily, and I believe she came home and said, "I'm sorry that this happened," and I kind of just wanted to do it home.
Okay. You eventually, during the course of that search of your home, you're interviewed by police, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that was recorded.
Yes, sir.
At some point in time, you give a lengthier interview, correct? An interview.
Oh, yes, sir.
And with that, you understand that was recorded as well.
Yes, sir.
You ultimately learn that Nikki is arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
When is it, if you remember, that you learn she's arrested for the murder of your dad?
I want to say a week afterwards, maybe 2 weeks.
Okay. So somewhere in the range of a week or 2 weeks after the actual death.
Yes, sir.
In the interim, before she gets arrested and after your dad's death, do you remain at Porcupine Rim?
Yes, sir.
Do you question what happened to your dad?
Yes, sir.
Are there a lot of kind of unanswered questions you have during that time frame?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a point in time after her arrest that she contacted you from the detention center?
Yes, sir.
And Judge, we would move to admit 631, which is a recording of that contact. No objection. Thank you.
631 will be a minute.
Permission to publish.
Yes.
Please call from an incarcerated individual has intrusive detention symptoms. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Hello. No. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? What would you like to talk about? About you, and you're not very close.
So they're believing their what they look for evidence. Because they don't have any evidence. They have no murder weapon, no motive, no nothing. They're hoping either to find it.
Somebody should have released already.
But
You sound like you should have been released already.
I haven't gone to court yet. I go to court tomorrow.
Okay, well, not even in California.
Okay.
CPS if it goes. With my grandfather. I can get him fingerprints so they can go with him. I can mind go with you right here. So will be your release tomorrow?
I should. That's what I'm hoping for. And that's literally what's going on. They have absolutely, yes, they have absolutely nothing on me. They showed me a picture of a bottle of soft scrub cleaning detergent. And they said, you have one in your house. And I'm like, okay. They're like, well, this was used at his house. Like, you're fucking joking, right? Like, that's literally what they showed me.
If you're getting released tomorrow, I'll leave with all that.
So, I hear you, if you go to California.
I'm very funny on it because I'm supposed to leave. All these articles about you says you're not leaving.
Oh, what about?
And a lot of those articles about you, what happened.
News article?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. Did you get released? I still don't know what to believe. I'm sorry. But, yes, I'm going to have one. And if you are getting released tomorrow, I'll leave it open. If not, then I have to do something with them. My grandmother's on the way ready to get close to the house.
This presentation will be the news article about the, and have literally nothing.
Was so bad and points that you did. The second one was very graphic and still points that you did. Like I said, if you go in court and they release you, I still don't know what to believe and I can't be here.
Devy, you mentioned a couple of news articles there.
Yes, sir.
When was it that you first learned of the graphic nature of what happened to your dad after his death?
I believe it was a day prior to the phone call that I was sent an article from the Las Vegas News explaining what had happened to my father and that she was involved.
Okay. At the end of that phone call, somebody hung up. Who did that?
She was.
When you were telling her, I'm leaving to California, I'll leave the dog, did you already plan when all this kind of madness started to break it off?
Yes, sir.
Was that essentially what the jury just heard, your breakup conversation?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember if you ever talked again after that?
We never talked to me after that.
Look at me. Did you kill your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in killing your father?
No, sir.
Did you have any involvement in what happened to his body after?
No, sir.
Pass witness.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a moment for cross-examination. We're going to take a brief recess before we get cross-examination of this witness. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen to news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make any investigation, testify in the case, recreate the aspect of the case, or in any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case, so it's not clear to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 3:25 will be recessed until 3:40.
All rise for the jury.
Let the record reflect that we are outside the presence of our jury. Sir, you are excused during this recess. I just remind you that you are still under oath, so you are not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone, and so we'll have you back at 3:40. Okay, thank you. Okay, the record reflect that we are outside the presence of our jurors. Do you guys have any matters outside the presence?
We've got proposed exhibits, if we could have a
Can
few
we just have a
minutes.
minute? Yeah.
Okay, sure. All right, I'll come back with like a couple minutes discussion.
I wonder if we're not supposed to know what they're saying. So when you say sitting on the stand today, you say, okay, well, we can't see. Okay. Are you guys reading this? Okay.
Today, my name is Robert Draskovich. My partner, Mike Horvath, and I represent your wife. You and I have never spoken, have we?
No, sir.
You've never spoken with my investigator, Ken Hardy, have you? Investigator?
No, sir.
No. So this is the first time that we're actually having an opportunity to communicate, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, sir, if you just get a little closer to that microphone, thank you.
You had testified today, fair to say, for the first time, that you had a relationship with your wife that went years back.
Yes, sir.
You'd been asked that by a lot of people, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd been asked that before under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't tell the truth, did you? Sir, you were given copies of your prior statements in preparation for your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were. You're a smart man, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed those copies of your statements in your testimony, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to be prepared for today, correct?
Yes, sir.
I see.
Definitely speak up when you go on.
You would testify today that you learned of your father's death for the first time about 1 o'clock on August 7th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'd said, I believe it was your grandfather.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were interviewed by police just shortly after that, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed at 2:35 p.m. August 7th by Detective Ozawa.
Yes, sir.
He came to ask about you, your wife, stuff what was going on in the house and at the other house, correct? The Paladera house.
Yes, sir.
He asked you how you got along with your father, and you told him we never really got along, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's a little bit different than what you testified to today, correct?
No, sir.
It's the same or it's different?
It's the same. I work with my father.
I'm sorry. And this low voice, you can speak up, please.
I worked with my father, so we bumped heads on all the things, but it doesn't mean that I didn't love my father.
Okay, but the question is, how do you guys get along? And your answer is, we never really got along, correct?
Only over work.
I'm sorry, sir, you have to speak up.
Only over work.
Only over work.
Yes, sir.
Well, it was just a few seconds after that that you said that you knew he was going to move in there, correct? And you didn't want to talk to him when he was at the house.
No, sir.
On August 6th. You don't recall telling the detective that? I mean, you have this transcript that I'm going to start referring to. You referred to it and you reviewed it before and to prepare for today's testimony, correct?
Yes, sir. I was so shortly after his death that he was going to move in. Then I had no prior to that.
Counsel, I'm referring to page 4. I'm sorry, I'll start on page 3. I did see him here when he was unloading everything into the garage, but I just didn't speak to him. You're asked, okay, is that you guys just don't get along or just, and then you stated, we never really did. And the detective says, okay, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you say So not to cause any complications here, because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him.
That was after the death.
But you're talking about, you saw him the day before, he's moving stuff in, and you're not going to talk to him because you know he's going to move in, and you guys don't get along. You're talking to the detective about what was going on in your head the day before, correct?
No, sir. I was told that they were moving the desk and a bunk bed into the house for the girls.
So when you're telling the detective on August 6th, I didn't go and talk to him because I never really got along with him. And I didn't want to cause any complications here because I know he was going to move in here. I just didn't want to talk to him. You're now under oath saying that meant something else?
No, sir. I'm answering the question. I was told after my father's death that he was going to move into the house, but I had no idea prior to that.
That's because you read your grand jury testimony, correct?
No, sir.
A little bit further down, same page. He wasn't really there for me, correct? I mean, you had resentment for your father, fair to say?
No, sir.
And then kind of realized who he was as a person. And when you were talking about moving out of Yoko's house, you said, I got out as soon as I could, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 5, you're asked, and then I guess, so your mom tells us that he was gonna move in here. What's that arrangement? And you said, she was gonna tell me to move out, or she was gonna give me some time, but he needed to get out of Yoko's house, and she was gonna let him stay here, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you were gonna move out, and you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're telling the detective who you speak to for the first time that you knew that Dad was pushing you out and that you were moving out of the house, correct?
I was told that the day before.
Oh, so now you said before until after your death, now you're agreeing you knew at least the day before that your dad was pushing you out of the house, correct?
No, I'm talking about the interview. So when I had the interview with Ozawa, that's when I found out everything prior to the interview.
But you're talking about not talking to him the day before because you know you don't want problems and you know that he's moving in.
Yes, sir.
Page 6. So we don't get along. So she was giving me the heads up so I can move out. Correct?
No, sir.
You're saying no? And I won't misread anything. I mean, these are your words.
Can you repeat it?
So we don't get along. This is like the third time you're saying this. So she was going to give me that heads up so I can move out.
Yes, sir.
And then the detective asks, and this is the second thing about your marriage. He asks you about your marriage, correct? And you say, yeah, we're married.
Yes, sir.
Correct? And you tell the police officer that we're certified, but it's not like we're really, because she has a whole bunch of health problems, all that stuff. Remember that conversation you had with the detective?
Yes, sir.
So he asked you, so it's just like worked out for like insurance, you're saying? And you say, well, not like anything bad, but like for the girls, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it? What you were telling the detective after you're saying that you learned for the first time that your dad's been murdered, what you told him about your marriage wasn't true, was it?
I was also drinking that day, I don't remember.
You've read through this transcript, you agree with me that you appear to be pretty coherent, correct?
No, sir.
And you agree with me that Detective Osaka was kind of confused, and he's saying, well, wait a minute. She had kids with him, but you're his son, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it is clear Yoko didn't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
Page 7, detective asks again, trying to clarify this relationship and what's really going on. So he asks you, so I didn't know, but you're saying that you guys are married more out of convenience, not like you guys actually love each other. And you respond, yeah, we don't. It's not like that. It's out of convenience. Correct?
Yes, sir.
That was a lie, wasn't it?
No, sir.
So you're telling us that you were telling this detective the truth?
Yes, sir.
Then the detective asks you, but do you guys sleep in the same room? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
You guys actually did sleep in the same room. You slept in the same bed, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
But when he asked if you two slept in the same room, you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he asks you, are you guys intimate at all? And you say no, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't true, was it?
No, sir.
Fair to say that you were downplaying your feelings for your wife when this detective came to ask you about the murder of your father.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what actually happened to my father.
Please say it again.
Yes, sir, because I didn't actually know what happened to my father.
Okay. But you're lying to the police officer about your relationship with your wife, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the detective, page 8. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out. And your response recently, yes, it was kind of a short notice, but yeah. And I mean, I know the person he is. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it. That's what you said to the detective, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective follows up. Okay, and that's you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here? And you respond, no, he knows I live here, correct?
My father?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
The neighbors?
No, that lived in that house. The detective asked him, does he know that you live here? And you say, yeah, he knows I live here, correct?
Yes, sir.
You did confirm that you knew that she was going over there to your dad's house with the girls, correct?
Yes, sir. That was the joint custody that they had.
Yeah. And the detective, confirming that you know that he's moving in and that you're going out, asks, why was he moving out of the other house? And you said, because they all they do is scream and yell. When I was over there, my grandma would go downstairs at 6 a.m. yelling at him for the car payment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also say, I think my grandma was kicking him out, correct?
Yes, sir.
It's true. And trust me, I'm not going to tell you anything you didn't say, okay? I'm not trying to trick you. You're asked, page 10 by Detective Ozawa, bottom of the page. Okay, so then how long has, I guess, it been planned for them to move John in over here? Your response, I have no idea. Like, it was ran by me that, because we all know how he is. And it's like, okay, if he's moving in here and if he's going to be homeless, I get it. I can move out and go somewhere because I have a legitimate job, correct?
Yes, sir.
So this isn't some one-off. You repeatedly confirmed to Detective Ozawa that your dad was moving in and that you were moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you had the legitimate job, correct?
We both had legitimate jobs.
You had a good job.
His job was better than mine.
He was a mover, part-time, correct?
He did everything.
Your grandmother was always angry at him because she owed him money. Fair?
Fair.
But you had a steady job at Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you had the good, legitimate job, but you were the one getting kicked out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you go on to state that you're a technician for Hometronics, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you do security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you install entertainment systems.
Yes, sir.
You told the officer that you'd been doing that for about 2.5 years. Fair?
Yes, sir.
You were asked again by Detective Ozai, well, since you knew you were moving out, where are you going to move into? Where are you going to move to? And you tell him, and this is page 12, counsel. Yeah, like I have some friends down the street that I could roommate with, correct?
Yes, sir.
That made you angry, didn't it?
No, sir.
I mean, you've been in this house with your wife, your dad's moving in, and you have to leave. You're telling us that didn't make you angry?
No, sir.
Now, today you testified that you'd worked the day before, August 6th, correct?
Yes, sir.
But you were actually off the day before, correct? You didn't work on August 6th.
I was drinking a lot. I don't remember.
But you would first tell the police officer, yeah, I worked yesterday, but then
Sir, I'm happy to have you to speak up. The jury's having a hard time.
Sorry about that.
Is that better? Okay.
if you could just please repeat your answer. Trust me, I'm not trying. If you could speak up, please, and just repeat that last answer.
I was drinking a lot and I don't remember.
But you actually made the same mistake and initially told him I was working yesterday, but then you corrected yourself, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you really weren't drinking that much. Because you at first said, well, I worked yesterday. And then you said, oh, actually, you know what? It was my day off. Correct? Sundays are your days off.
That was 10 years ago and I was drinking very heavily from my father's death. So I don't.
Okay. But sir, this conversation occurred August 7th, 2023. All right?
Sorry.
Or, I mean, you do, fair to say, it hasn't been that long, has it?
Not 10 years.
In reference to the day before, August 6th, and you seeing them moving in, okay, because you actually didn't work the day before. You said, I heard the door open. I thought one of the girls opened the door. So I came down and looked out and saw him unloading stuff. And I was like, oh, all right, whatever. So I closed the door, just didn't hear it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at this point in time, you tell the detective that you actually don't have a room in the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
But that wasn't true. I mean, you were sleeping with your wife in the same bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said that your guy is a hot-tempered guy, correct?
That's who it is?
His father.
Okay, you said your daddy.
Yeah. You said he's like a hot-tempered guy, correct?
Yes, sir.
You said he had no filter, that kind of a guy.
Yes, sir.
You were asked, okay, so when you left Yoko's house, and that was a couple of years before, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often do you talk to him? And your answer was not at all, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the detective says, oh, and you say nothing. I mean, you say nothing, correct? Meaning you guys don't talk.
After he found out that we were married, we didn't talk after that.
Detective asks you, he didn't call you or nothing, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
No text, nothing like that, and you said no, correct?
Yes, sir.
The detective then asks you about you speaking with him a couple of months ago, and what did that entail? Like, what were you guys doing at that point? You correct him and say, I didn't say I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, I thought you said the last time you spoke with, like actually talked to him, was a couple of months ago. And you say, well, like it was probably years, correct?
Yes, sir.
You say, he doesn't call me on my birthday, not on Happy New Year's, like none of that. So not Thanksgiving, so we just didn't talk, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're asked by the detective, counsel is on page 18, is there anything you can think of that you haven't told me that you think might be important for us to know? And you say, correct?
Yes, sir.
So they're there trying to figure out this dynamic, and you've lied to them about the relationship that you have with your wife, and you've lied to them about the living arrangement where you're getting kicked out by your father, correct? He's moving you out.
Yes, sir, because I didn't know what exactly had happened.
You did say that it was kind of a shit show at the other house, correct?
Yes, sir.
That wasn't the first time that you had discussed issues concerning this dynamic, correct? Concerning your wife, you, your father, the moving arrangements, correct?
No, sir.
You were interviewed another time, correct? By another officer. And you reviewed that in preparation, the transcript, in preparation for your testimony today.
Yes, sir.
That interview occurred September 12th, 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this detective now, after speaking to you, and it's a little bit into the interview, tells you, well, you know, you weren't the main suspect. You know what I mean? This is, I mean, you didn't do it to clear you, correct? You recall that conversation? I'm sorry?
When did this conversation happen again?
September 12th, 2023.
Okay.
Remember that? I mean, you're there being interviewed concerning being a potential suspect, and you remember the date, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're being told now that we're working to clear you, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were relieved, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
The detective asked you, does that make sense? And you say it does, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then the detective says, and while the chances of you even being there are so slim that it's just, there's, that's not even on the radar, correct?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you had told law enforcement that you weren't close to Devyn. You didn't really have a real marriage. And things aren't that bad with your dad. And you're basically being told, hey, it's good. You're good, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you're left there sitting for a little while and the room's being recorded. And you say, this is going to be a fucking Netflix series, correct?
I don't remember that.
I told you that you said that. Would you have any reason to disagree with me?
I'm just letting you know I don't remember.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
And before I forget, I'm sorry for going back, but there was some discussion with Detective Ozawa about the problem the morning, August 7th, about your wife trying to register the girls. Your dad was supposed to have registered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's because they were moving into the house and the girls were starting at that school, correct?
Yes, sir.
So that's again a confirmation that you knew. You knew that they were moving into the house. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You testified before a grand jury, a little different room, but you were put under oath and you were called as a witness on September 14th, just a couple days after that last interview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under oath, you testified like you did initially today that you were unaware that your father was moving into the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that it was something that you had learned after your father's death, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that there were no discussions about you potentially moving out, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, that's exactly what you said. No, sir. There was never a discussion and you said no, sir, but there was. There were multiple discussions, correct?
So I can remember this.
You were asked, were you estranged from your father? And you said, we didn't get along, correct?
Only while working, sir, yes.
I'm sorry?
Only while we worked together.
So you're still saying you guys got along just fine, but it was just work related?
Anytime I was with him, I had a good time.
I see. But you guys don't text, you don't call, correct?
Not after he found out I was married.
Today, now that she's on trial, you testified that you woke up at 2 o'clock on the morning of the 7th and she was in bed, correct?
Yes, sir.
But when you testified to the grand jury, you testified that you never woke up at all, correct? I'm referring to page 17, 18.
Yes, sir.
So your testimony is different again today on that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because obviously you waking up is kind of a big deal, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were actually awake at 2 a.m. on the 7th, weren't you?
I woke up to her getting in bed and I looked over at her and saw that she got in bed and I rolled back over and went to sleep.
You had been calling her that night from the home phone, correct? While she's with your dad.
We don't have a home phone.
Testimonies that you don't have a home phone. All right. So it's your testimony that you didn't call over and over again?
I believe I sent a text and she didn't reply, and then that's when I put the girls to sleep and I went to sleep myself.
But that wasn't the only night that she was out with your dad. She was with your dad till like 1 a.m. the night before, correct?
Possibly moving things, yes.
So 2 nights in a row, she's with your dad and she's not home, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, through the course of your grand jury testimony, you are asked by a grand juror, because unlike this, I mean, grand jurors can ask you questions, correct? I mean, that was your understanding. They spoke to you.
Yes, sir.
You were asked how long you and Devyn had been married, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you answered 3 years.
Yes, sir.
And then there's some follow-up questions. Just like to ask you a couple more questions about that. Did you and Devyn, I'm sorry, page 35.
Thank you.
Did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? And you answered, yes, it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems and it was very expensive to keep the girls at daycare, and she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. And then there's a question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? And your testimony under oath to this grand jury on this day was, yes, after the first year, it started to get intimate, correct?
Yes, sir.
After the first year of marriage, it started to get intimate, correct?
Objection, it does not say that.
The context of the question, I've read it, it speaks for itself.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, the jury can determine what the context is, you just need to read it verbatim. So that objection will be sustained.
And if I may just read then for the record, I mean, this is prior testimony.
This is from the grand jury.
Correct.
What page do you want?
Page 35, I'll start at line 15, page 35, by juror. How long have you and Devyn been married? Answer, 3 years. Question, if I could ask you just a couple more questions about that, did you and Devyn get married in the traditional sense? Yes. Answer, but it was more of me helping out with the girls when she couldn't find a babysitter. So I figured, well, we both kind of sat and talked about it. When she has to go to work and can't find a babysitter, I could be there. She also had a whole bunch of medical problems, and it's very expensive to keep the girls at a daycare when she's sitting in the hospital, so I would normally be there to watch them. Question, okay, and I'm sorry to ask, was an intimate relationship that you were in with Devyn at some point? Yes. After the first year, it started to get intimate. Next question. Did it remain intimate up until the time of your father's death? Yes. You're getting closer to the truth of the nature of your relationship, the farther it is that you get away from perhaps being charged with his murder. Fair to say?
Can you repeat the question?
You're getting more and more truthful concerning the nature of your relationship with Devyn, the further it gets away from your having been charged or being charged. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
You testified today that you didn't remember the date that you married her, correct? your testimony that you don't remember marrying her on December 21st, 2021?
No, sir.
Are these in stipulated? Thank you. There'll be exhibit numbers, but I'm going to show you some pictures, okay? And these were taken from your phone. From his phone.
Are those stipulated too?
Yeah, we have no objection. We just want a copy because
Absolutely.
we've just seen them, but
Okay.
I think we do for,
Objected to this side?
correct. I think,
Okay, well, let's just make it.
Yeah.
What are the?
Yeah, they put them on. This is L3. It's been marked by your clerk. He was ahead of me, so thank you.
Right, but I think CJ is gonna be what it is, so we put it on the record.
Okay. L3.
It's L3?
Yeah, is that L3?
Yes.
Okay.
So L3, well, Mr. Dress, what's it, if the whole packet's being circulated to, let's just admit the packet now, and you
Okay.
can show any ones you want.
Okay.
So L3 to what?
Hang on just a second. A3 to S3.
Okay, A3 to S3 is a measure of stipulation that the record is published in law.
And in the interest of time, and since these will go back, I'm not going to go through each and every one of them.
I don't think so.
If we could please-
In the front.
Right here?
Yeah.
Remember that date?
I remember the day.
Okay. But you do remember marrying her, correct?
Yes, sir.
Remember this?
Yes, sir.
Now, what exhibit was that?
This is exhibit K3. And we're going to be showing you L3. Remember this?
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, fair to say you and she had a traditional marriage, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
I mean, obviously it was a fairly passionate relationship, wasn't it?
It got weird, yeah.
I mean, for good and bad, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, she had sent you a text just days before this case began about get out of the house. Do you recall that? Get your stuff. Don't think you're coming back. I want a divorce.
I don't remember anything like that.
And you're still married to her, correct?
Yes, sir.
After things went down in this case, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
Through the course of your marriage to her, you wore a wedding ring, didn't you?
In my time in Vegas, yeah.
And she wore a wedding ring too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was a symbol of the commitment that you had to each other, correct? Rings are.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you what's been admitted, Defense Exhibit B3. That was the ring that she wore, correct?
Yes, sir.
You worked at Hometronics and you had tools, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were good at installing home security systems, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had hundreds of pictures on your phone of various systems that you installed, correct?
Yes, sir. After I was done with the job, I had to upload it to the Hometronic's website to prove that I got the job done.
And Your Honor, this is defense exhibit. It's like B1 through V2. We're moving through the admission. These are just images of security systems.
B1 through B2.
I'm sorry.
B1 through
B1 through V2.
Oh, no objection.
Okay, B1 through B2 will be admitted.
And in going through these security systems, you obviously were conscientious of the angles, correct?
So I always ask how we set the camera up, and I would ask the customer to pull it on their phone to let me know what angle they
So you're familiar with security cameras and what they picked up and what they didn't.
Yes, sir.
And there's going to be a stack of these, but I'll just show you just for like defense exhibit K2. And we've got one right here. You can see that, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what type of camera that is, correct?
A ring camera?
All right. Showing you defense exhibit D2. You got the ladder up on this. This is an exterior camera. You installed that one, correct?
Yes, sir.
You know what kind of camera that is, correct?
That's a ring camera.
I mean, you were good at what you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
And installing the home entertainment systems, I mean, you just saw us all. You cut through 2x4s, you cut through drywall, things like that, correct?
Not 2x4s, it was just roll.
Okay. But you had tools, you had saws, you had electric powered saws, correct?
No, just a drywall saw. That was enough.
Okay.
For doing in-wall kits for TVs.
All right. And it's your testimony, Mr. Giordani asked you, it's your testimony that you didn't kill your father, is that correct?
I did not kill my father.
You left your home that night, didn't you?
Objection, what night?
The night of the 7th, early morning hours of August 7th, correct?
2023.
2023.
To go to work?
No, you left the house in the dark at 2 a.m., correct?
No, sir.
You'd been on your phone. You were looking at pictures of you and Devyn, correct?
I don't remember.
You left that home. You went to the Palo Verde residence, didn't you? The Palo Verde residence.
No, sir. If you're talking about the night that my father was married,
Yeah.
I was home with the girls. We watched a movie. I put them to sleep. I received a text letting her know that I put them to sleep, and I went to sleep myself.
And that's your testimony under oath, correct?
Yes, sir.
Like the testimony under oath that you've given to the grand jury previously, correct?
Yes, sir.
You'll agree with me that you'll lie under oath if it fits you.
No, sir. I became a very big alcoholic.
Okay.
So it doesn't. But I will answer truthfully to what I do.
But you'd agree with me that you were an alcoholic before that day and you had a drinking problem, correct? Before August 7th, 2023.
Yes.
In fact, it became a really big point of contention between you and your wife, correct?
Yes.
The actions, correct? Things that you do, correct? She'd send you texts. I mean, she'd get angry about that, correct?
Yes, sir.
She'd tell you that you were turning into your father. Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And you resented that part of your father, didn't you? Because he did the same thing, correct?
No, sir.
And you'd agree with me that when you drink, you do things that you wish you didn't, correct?
Other than maybe throw up, no, sir.
It affected your judgment, didn't it?
No, sir.
Affects your memory, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions for you. Thank you.
Can you read the rest of it?
Yes. Bear with me, Devier, I just got a few more questions.
Yes, sir.
I want to clarify a couple of things. So Mr. Draskowitz started his questioning by asking you if you'd ever talked to him or his investigator or anything like that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Since after that jail call we heard, you moved to California, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've maintained a job out there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Living a normal, or I guess relatively normal life.
Yes, sir.
You traveled here after we contacted you and said this trial's coming up and we need you to testify as a witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
You came here willingly.
Yes, sir.
You didn't make me go arrest you to bring me here, correct?
No, sir.
We flew you out, you came and you brought your girlfriend for support. And your girlfriend's the young lady sitting in the back of the courtroom?
Yes, sir.
Is it easy for you to talk about your personal sexual life in front of all these strangers and that big old camera right there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me tell the jury. Was this a dynamic, untraditional relationship?
At first, it was just to help with my sisters, and things got a little weird. So in the beginning, no, and then at the end, yes.
Okay, and I'm not just talking about the marriage. I'm talking about since you were a 19-year-old kid having sex with your father's ex, or I guess live-in girlfriend at the time. You would agree that's not traditional?
Absolutely. Yes.
You would agree that's not traditional?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that, you know, it's not the best look to do what you did?
Yes, sir.
Are you embarrassed of that?
Yes, sir.
But it happened, and you're acknowledging that, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that sexual relationship went on for an extended period of time?
Yes, sir.
Without going through all these exhibits, you would acknowledge and you understand that the detectives took your phone and took a whole bunch of other phones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And before you even took the stand in front of these people today, you know that we, all these lawyers, have access to your most personal, intimate conversations.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you doing your best to recall 2 years ago, back to 8 years ago, in front of this jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you say, sitting on the stand today, you say, I believe I worked on August 6th. Is that what you believe?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Mr. Draskowitz made a big point of this, and I want to address it real quickly. Page 13 of the voluntary statement, counsel. This is about working the day before. Actually, it's bottom of page 12. The detective asks you, okay, is that what time you got off? And I'm going to be exactly precise with the words from this transcript, okay?
Yes, sir.
You respond, sometimes a little earlier. The detective asks, is that what time you got off yesterday? You respond, I got off yesterday at about, wait now, today's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday, right? And the detective responds, yeah. Then you respond, yeah, I didn't work yesterday. Does that sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I can show you this at any point if you need to see it. My point is, and my question is, on August 7th, you learned your father died from your grandfather, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have, you were at work and then you go home and you start drinking, correct?
Yes, sir.
You learn a little bit later that it's not like a natural death and there are police involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
There are police showing up to your house, they're searching it, they're talking to Nikki, Devyn, they're talking to you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You acknowledged with defense counsel earlier, you were not entirely truthful about the depth of your relationship with Nikki, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Explain to this jury, let them look at you and say, why is it that you were not entirely truthful about your relationship with Nikki on the day one?
I wasn't entirely truthful with our relationship because I didn't know that my father was murdered, and I just didn't I didn't want anybody to find out that I tried to fill some shoes that I shouldn't be filling.
Okay. So do you even know at the time you're giving this interview that Nikki was a potential suspect?
I was unaware for the whole thing. I just didn't know why the cops were in the house.
Okay. Did there come a point in time in the intervening or the days after August 7th where you start to suspect she had something to do with it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that easy for you to come to that understanding?
Absolutely not.
Okay. She was your wife. She is your wife.
Yes, sir.
You cared for 2 children together. You had a lot of sexual history with this person, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you want to see her go to jail or get arrested for this?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, and I should clarify. In the days where you're just suspecting and you're still kind of figuring out what's going on, did you want her to go to jail and lose her kids for this?
Once I found out after the news article, yes.
Okay, so once you find out what actually happened to your dad and you presume she did it, you want her to go to jail. Fair.
Yes, sir.
But before that, you're not in any of this interviews blaming it on her, correct? We agree there.
Yes, sir.
You're not saying she must have done it. You're just giving history.
Yes, sir.
You minimize your relationship. We can agree.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With regard to the questioning Mr. Draskovich went through with the, when you learned your dad was moving into the Porcupine Room address. I want to talk about this for a moment. Before I get into the transcript, as you sit here right now, when is it that you think you learned that your dad was moving into the residence?
It was talked about before. I drank a lot. According to the paper, I did know about it apparently, but
okay.
I didn't think it was actually going to happen.
Okay. So, and bottom of page 8. I'm going to read verbatim. You are asked about line 300, counsel. Okay, so then you knew he was moving in and she told you that you were going to have to move out, period. You respond, recently, yes. It was kind of a short notice, but yeah, period. And period, I mean, period, I know the person he is. So I was like, okay, whatever, I'll deal with it, period. They then ask, okay, and you were going to move out. Did he knew that you lived here or didn't know that you lived here? You responded, no, he knew I lived there. Detective says, and then ... and you continue and you say, but since I didn't talk to him and she was going over there for the girls and him, I kind of stayed away. I guess they would talk about it and she ran it by me. I drink a lot, so she ran it by me apparently, and I was gonna move out for a short period of time until he got on his feet and I was gonna come back. Does that sound accurate? Do you dispute what is in the statement?
Yes, sir.
Does it sound accurate?
Yes, sir.
You're not disputing what's in the statement.
No, sir.
So even back then, you're telling them like, I drink a lot. She apparently told me this.
Yes, sir.
As you sit here right now, do you 100% remember when you learned your dad was going to move in?
No, sir.
Okay. Had you known beforehand, before his death, would that have caused you to fight him, hurt him, kill him?
No, sir.
Would you have had any reason to kill him?
No, sir.
Did you want out of this relationship with Nikki at varying points of time?
Yes, sir.
And so had your dad moved in and you've been told you got to go stay at a buddy's house and move out or whatever, would that have been a big deal for you at the time?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Debbie. I pass it to Mr.
Can you brief out, Mr. Johnson?
Yes. This whole issue about the sexual relationship that you had with Devyn, beginning when you were 19, you didn't speak to the prosecutor or anybody about that until yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
You watched this opening statement, didn't you? Our opening statement, where we laid out what was in the phones. Isn't that right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, you watched the opening statement in this case, didn't you?
What was the opening statement in this case?
You don't know what an opening statement is, or the opening statement?
I don't record all that.
I see. So she's on trial, you're in California, or you're getting here, and you didn't watch this?
I seen a YouTube video.
Then you talked to the prosecutor
Good old
about these
YouTube
issues,
video.
correct? So you watched the YouTube video, you watched the opening statement, correct? And you adjusted, isn't that right?
What do you mean by adjusted?
You received a couple of texts from your father. (10/24/2022). You have nothing to tell me? WTF. I thought you were my seed. If what I know, I can't fuck with you. And he sent you another one a moment after that. Double shit, correct?
Listen,
I have no further questions.
Anybody understand?
What YouTube video did you see and when did you see it?
it was earlier in the year. I think it was about the custody case. It wasn't about this one.
Okay, so that line of questioning just now was a bit misleading, so let me clarify something.
I'd object. The question was clear. It's whether his answer, I think, is misleading. So
Mr. Giordano's objection, Mr. Giordano's characterization is going to be sustained. Mr. Giordano, if you think something needs to be clarified for this jury, you can ask a clarifying question.
Okay. So the way, maybe I mischaracterized or misunderstood the question. I thought the question was, did you watch a YouTube video last night of the opening statement that happened in this trial?
No, sir, I'm sorry. The video that I had witnessed was over the custody case, I believe.
Yeah, like months ago, correct?
Yeah, earlier
Okay.
this week.
Did you watch any footage from this trial before hitting the stand?
No, sir.
Okay. So what you're testifying to is not based on something Mr. Draskovich said yesterday or the day before, because you wouldn't know what he said, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when we met last night, I told you, I'm not going to tell you what anybody said in court. I want to hear the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I said the most important thing is to tell the truth, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that?
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Any follow-up, Mr. Justice?
you're capable of not quite telling the truth when it's to your benefit. Fair to say?
I just didn't understand the question. I'm sorry.
I see. You reviewed those transcripts prior to your testimony today, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you spoke with investigators from the district attorney's office in preparation for this trial, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
They went through what your testimony was going to be. They went through what your statements were going to be, correct?
Yes, sir.
They provided you transcripts of your prior statements, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it wasn't until last night that you talked about having this sexual relationship with your wife, about 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
And just last night's the first time you talked about it, just so we're clear, correct?
Talk to him.
To the prosecutor about this relationship that you had with Devyn. Last night was the first time, correct?
Well, he is Devyn.
Yeah, but no, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. But
It's okay.
with Devyn, you spoke with Mr. Giordani last night for the first time, correct? About your relationship with Devyn Michaels, going back to 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any problems?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just got to clarify, just so everyone understands. You testified at a prior proceeding where I questioned you, the grand jury thing that we were talking about earlier.
Yes, sir.
And you talked about the relationship and you said it was sexual after the first year and it went up and until your dad's death.
Yes, sir.
That's back in September of 23.
Yes, sir.
Last night, you flew in out of state, you came with your girl, and you met with us with a witness present, a guy with a badge. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I don't know if it was meant to be suggested this way, but what I heard was they told you what to say or something like that?
I object to that. No, I didn't. That wasn't my question. So that was not, okay.
So we asked you questions, correct?
Yes.
And I told you, I can't tell you anything that's happened in court. That would be unethical, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I told you to tell the truth.
Yes, sir.
Pass witness.
Just so we're clear, I'm not accusing him of any wrongdoing. I'm just saying yesterday was the first time that you had a discussion about having a relationship with your wife, a sexual relationship from the time you were 19, correct?
No, sir. It sounds like I was already interviewed about it and I talked about it.
I read you your grand jury transcript. No, that was in the context of your marriage. You never testified before the grand jury about having a sexual relationship with your wife that began when you were 19, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
No, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury have any questions for this witness?
I'm sorry, but Devier, I don't believe him at all. Devier could have killed his dad. I'm gonna be honest. I know that he was messing with Devyn at 19, and Devyn would have been 37. She's 47 now. He's 10 years older, so he's 29. Devyn screwed up because she suffered trauma earlier in her life and she's a weirdo. But Devier is a liar. I'm sorry. He cannot keep his story straight. I don't know if he's on drugs. I don't know if Devier has been drinking. Devier is not telling the truth. He can't remember the truth. He don't know what to say. I don't know who killed that man, but somebody killed that man over to his mama's house, okay? I don't know if Devyn could have done it by herself. He's the one who had the tools. This whole family is ratchet, okay? Period. The whole thing is ratchet. Did we get to the whole thing? Okay, yeah, I went back just so we could see. Ma'am is sitting there looking like she hadn't bathed. The I haven't bathed and I'm not fixing my hair is not going to not get you life in prison. It's just not. The jury is not going to acquit you because you quit taking showers, okay? She looks dirty and she looks trashy, and there's nothing about this story that's going to make them let you go home, baby. It's just not. And this dude, if he was trying to tell a better story because he's got his girlfriend in the back of the courtroom, is too bad. He don't be confused. He's lying. He's lying. They asked that he doesn't really want to admit that he was dealing with her at 19. He's trying to he can't remember, oh, was I dealing with her when I was 19 or did I start dealing with her soon after we got married for insurance purposes? You've been staying with her for 10 years. I mean, the fact that if you were staying at her house for the past 10 years, where's Johnathan been? It's just, I don't know what the father was doing, what he thought his grown son, even though he was like a grown young man, is doing in a house with a woman that's not his mother. And she is a corn star with 2 little girls. It's disgusting. He has a whole mother somewhere. And then he's got grandparents locally. You got grandparents in town and you have a job. There's no reason to stay with that lady who's not your mother. Even though she's the mother to your sisters, look what happened. Look what happened. You started sleeping with your sister's mother. It's disgusting. And then Jonathan's mad, but what did you expect? It's weird. This is a whole weird family. I don't know. I think Devier's lying. I don't know if he had something to do with it, but I'm not going to say, "Oh, he was with Devyn." I don't know what happened that night, but what I do know is that he can't tell the truth. He might be high. He might be on some pills. He may have had something to drink. I don't know what his problem is. He says he drinks too much. He's a horrible witness. And they may as well not even brought him. I don't believe. Yeah, I think he's absolutely a mind bender. It's not even. It's almost like in the jury room, you'd almost have to just throw his testimony out because he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. Anyway, the grandparents are coming tomorrow. I think they're Japanese. The grandmother speaks very broken English. So we're going to see how that goes tomorrow, but ma'am is going to just probably tell what she knows about the days leading up and the day she found her son, which I'm sure is devastating, and all of those things. But this is just a really weird family dynamic. I hope I hope that the two sisters are together and somewhere far away from this nonsense, which is sad for them, but one day they'll understand what they were exposed to, what their brother was doing with their mother, and what happened to their father. Can you imagine this? Your brother is playing in your face your whole entire life, married to your mom, who had a baby with your dad, and then your dad went to be with the Lord by way of the headless horseman. Okay. It's awful. The defense attorney was trying to imply that he was told what to say and then backed off. I don't know. I don't know if maybe maybe he feels like Devier is a big dummy. Devier may have spent more time smoking and drinking and self-medicating than paying attention how to keep, then focus. And maybe they had to redirect him a couple of times. Okay, this is what we want you to focus on. This is what we'd like to hear more about. Not necessarily telling him what to say, but okay, this is the testimony we would like to hear. And when you're giving your testimony, keep it streamlined. Who knows? I'm sure they give him coaching on how to testify appropriately, not be all over the place. I don't know what they did. I don't know what they did or what they didn't, but Devier cannot keep his story straight. And I think his girlfriend being there is a problem, because what young man wants to testify they were screwing their stepmother? And also the fact that half of the room thinks you might have had something to do with it. Why would you bring your girlfriend? Not that she couldn't see it on court TV, but why would you bring your girlfriend with you to testify with some shit like this? Can I just say it like that? This is disgusting. Devyn hit him over the head when she was trying to get a massage, and the son cut him up. Yeah, I mean that's what the defense is alleging, right? They're saying that the prosecution is saying it was all Devyn. I don't know, girl. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not sure. What happened? Oh, thank you. Get him out of here, please. Okay, my bad. The shoe bandit came through. Devyn, I wouldn't be surprised if Devyn gets on. Devyn's going to jail. Let's just be real. Devyn's going to jail. And Devier better watch out. This might be one of these situations where this is such a nasty, toxic case. Devier might just end up going about his business back to California, and then we'll be hearing from him again in about another 20 years. He's gonna pop up within about 5 to 15, having done something else. Mark my words. If he did participate in this foolishness with ma'am, it won't be the last. It won't be the last, and we'll be hearing from him again in the next 10 years, because he'll be almost 40, and that's prime time for these type people who do these type of things. So yeah, anyway, we'll get into day 3 tomorrow. My God, y'all, what have y'all got me into? Day 4 is happening right now, so if you want to go do some homework and get into it, we won't tell. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be okay. Anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. This was a lot. And I'll see you guys. I might see you guys later. I need to relax my mind for a minute. Oh my God. Devier, Devyn, Johnathan, Yoko, all the people. My Lord. Okay. I wonder what's up with the new girlfriend. She better get her ticket, go back to California, and leave that man alone. Just knowing from where he came, I would be concerned. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would do a soft breakup, like just sorry, guys. I'm back. Let me let you guys go. My house is about to just go bananas. You guys have a wonderful evening. I'll see you guys later. Comment down below. Let me know what you guys think is going on, and give me your predictions, and I will talk to you guys later or tomorrow. Okay? Take care, guys. Bye.